Hello guys, I am battling the hiccups. I'm battling the hiccups, so it's gonna be a bit of a hiccupy start to the day, but not because of anything in particular, just because I probably can't say a full sentence without my without interrupting myself, basically. So don't mind me, I'm just out here doing my thing. Hope everyone is feeling good. Thank you for joining us. Excited to get us into some games. As we're going to be starting the day off with Honmono vs Percival. This is OSC King of the Hill, which is best of one, winner stays on. Percival is the returning king from the last King of the Hill. So he is the top right player. He got one veto, and then the map pick came from Honmono, who is our red Terran player in the bottom left, who has got the single barracks proxy already coming down on the top side of the map. Put that in position and we get that ready to go. And I will continue to hiccup my way through this. Painfully so. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry guys, gonna take a little bit to handle it. I've been hiccuping for like 10 minutes already. So it'll go soon. I just had some food before we started. Apparently that was just like bam, hiccup time. So don't mind me. In fact, they've kind of gone. Actually, did we just talk them off? Did we actually just talk them out of here? Is that what we did? We did it. I think we might have done it. See, we're talented, really, guys. Alright, as we can see, Honmono is opening with the aggression of a couple of barracks, bringing those straight into place as we go into OSC King of the Hill. I think it's edition 256. As this first Reaper hops up. And is going to begin to go after an SCV right from the get-go. First SCV goes down, second SCV getting bopped. And that's already a pretty good start here. Now the Reaper pops out from Honmono. Obviously, he kind of... sorry, the Reaper pops out from Percival. Percival never scouts, so I'm surprised Honmono went in with the first Reaper rather than waiting for two Reapers. Might have been a little bit of a better situation if he'd waited for the two and then went. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still got a couple SCVs, which is nice, but now your opponent is super aware of what you're doing. It's pretty normal to kind of wait for two if your opponent doesn't scout you, so yeah. Oh my god, now I'm coughing as well. Okay, it's just not a great start to the day if you're my if you're me and you have to try and talk, basically, is the be-all and end-all of this, as Honmono's going to lose one Reaper, and that is already going to be pretty difficult for him. I mean, going down a Reaper already is not great, to say the least. Reapers are important in these scenarios, so yeah, seeing a couple of those, no, just seeing one of those goes down immediately, it obviously does create some issues. As the Reapers together are going to come through, Hellion is going to get jumped on for a couple of moments. As we have the other Hellion popping out, though. And if we keep these Hellions alive and bring those Hellions into the fight here, this really should be a pretty okay defense. However, next Hellion goes down. There's only a couple of Reapers remaining, so it doesn't feel that great. It doesn't feel that great, right? Because you got minus 14 SCVs. Honmono's losing workers across the map as well. Absolutely worth mentioning. So, workers going down the other side of the map also that we're having to try and figure out and deal with here. Along the way, this is going to be minus 10, minus 11 SCVs. It's pretty much minus every SCV. That's part of the reason why Percival doesn't have as much here to defend back at home, but as long as he's still producing Hellions and he's getting more of those out, I find it difficult to believe this will be anything but a success story for him in the end. Honmono has 0 workers left, whereas Percival can in fact still build some stuff here and there. GG's. Percival going to take a 1-0 in the best of one. Now, obviously, you can only 1-0 in the best of one, but what we will be doing, guys, is we will track the scores of the players throughout the day. So as the day goes on, we'll obviously see, like, oh, Percival's won 2 in a row or something. And that's typically how I talk about the King of the Hill stuff, where it's like, if I'm like, oh, he's 2-0, it's obviously not 2-0 against one specific guy. It's he's 2-0 in the or on the day in the competition. So yeah. Yo, Despilts, thank you so much for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Boo, did that work to scare the hiccups? Not quite, unfortunately. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. But I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope you are doing well. And thank you for supporting the stream. We're just waiting to figure out who is next and where. Cham! Okay, Cham on the NA server. Cham Percival is actually a pretty fun matchup, I think. So let's get this going. And again, just best of ones. We do have to have... So the challenger, or the king gets one veto, and then the challenger gets to pick any map that remains outside of the one that got vetoed. God, guys, I'm so sorry. My voice is just not fixing. How does it work? Are the players lined up that aren't on the Wikipedia page? Yeah, Wikipedia doesn't know who is playing. The only person who knows who's ready to play is our admin. So Wikipedia doesn't have that prior info as far as I'm aware. Well, I say as far as I'm aware, they've never had it before. So unless today is different. Alright. Fear and Faith vetoed by Percival, which is what he vetoed in the last game as well. And then it'll be Washout for the actual map that we play on here. First, we're going to host this up. We're going to get this ready to go, and we're going to dive into a game. Number 2, I've just got, like, the hiccups have, like, caught the back of my throat. Yeah, it's a great start of the day, guys. What can I say? Great start of the day. If you're watching on the YouTube early today, do consider liking and subscribing. It helps out a whole bunch. Always appreciate it. Like I say, especially hitting that like button early in the stream can do a lot to help us out and get some more people viewing. So check that out. Let's get into Washout. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to deal with the hiccups. I'm going to do some breathing techniques. Fortunately, we have 8 workers start now, which means we can actually just sit and not talk while I breathe steadily for a couple minutes. See, you always gotta find the positive in the world, guys. Alright. Is it mentioned how many players are lined up? It's the same amount of games every single King of the Hill. It's 15 maps. Or was it 16? It's either 15 or 16. Hang on. It's however many are listed on the Wikipedia. Yeah, it's 15 maps. So 15 maps. And after 15 maps, the day is done. And the player that is last standing at the end of that is the king going into next time as well. So, yeah. That's how it works, guys. Thanks, no worries at all. I know it's a bit of an interesting format. I should really just have a King of the Hill command that explains it all, but I also don't think it's bad to say out loud either for people who are just watching a bit more casually, but also don't necessarily know what's going on. You know, people watching, they're like, I have no idea what's happening, but I'll just vibe with it. Just gonna vibe with it. But yeah, if you've got any more questions, I'll answer. That's my ability. We do King of the Hill happens every week from OSC, by the way, guys. This is an ongoing thing. It happens all of the time. It's, like I say, a very cool tournament. It's a very different tournament. And the players, I think, really enjoy it as well. This is one where the players, I think, have always been big fans. I mean, if they aren't, then I don't know why they're signing up every single week. but there's a lot of guys who are just very big fans of this, and they play all the time, and there's some that are a little bit less. I think it's kind of nice for the players where it's like you can show up, you play a best of one, right? Which is, don't get me wrong, you know, best of one is not a lot of commitment. If you win, it's like, I think what's nice is like, okay, you've got to win a bunch of games to get money, but like overall, you think about it, right? Like, you got to win a bunch of games to get money in any cup. So at least in this one, if you win a couple maps, even if you don't make the finals, you're still getting paid out because every single map is worth prize money. So there's a lot of, like I say, kind of value to be had there for the player's point of view. So yeah, like I said, I think it's nice as a way to mix things up and to have something a bit different, honestly. I'm a big fan. Way back when, this is a real, back in my day, way back when we did SC2 Improve, which was kind of the name of my tournaments before we had WardiTV. One of our first bigger tournaments was like the SC2 Improve, I don't know what season, I think it was SC2 Improve like Winter League, let's say. Might have been Summer League, whatever, it doesn't matter. One of the seasonal leagues. It was really funny because what we did was we actually did King of the Hill. And we had just about enough people interested in playing each week that we could basically just do like a King of the Hill little event, and basically the more maps you won, the more points you earn towards the end of your final, etc, 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 and all of this and that, right? Oh, I say end of year, but towards the season final, let's call it. But yeah, this was something that we did way back when. I don't even think this one's on Wikipedia because it's like that old. It's like, not that Wikipedia didn't exist, just like we were so small it wasn't even tracked. I think it was like we did like 10 King of the Hill days, and then you qualified into the playoffs, and the overall prize pool was like, it wasn't even in dollars, it was in pound. It was like £70 or something, so that's like $100, let's say. You know, imagine that, 11 days of content for $100. My goodness, yeah, I was rubbing my hands together and I didn't even know it yet, you know. So yeah, we actually did some King of the Hill as WardiTV as SC2 Improve way back when. It was obviously a very complicated format. It doesn't work when more people actually want to play and stuff, but it was very fun for what we were doing at that point. It was always fun because it's like, if you had a challenger who you knew was kind of one of the weaker players, that's why King of the Hill is great, right? It's a best of one. At the end of the day, a best of one, almost anything can happen. I mean, obviously, StarCraft 2, there is a skill gap, but I think a lot of the time, it definitely increases that volatility, right? And as long as you're within a certain level, upsets could absolutely happen and so on, so yeah. I like it. I mean, that's why it was fun back then. Like I said, it's actually a pain in the butt to run King of the Hill. It's so much more organization than just running a normal tournament. But I do think it's very cool that we have this as like a different kind of splashy format for in OSC. And it worked so well for OSC because you earned some OSC points as well. Obviously builds into the bigger league too. It's a nice little kind of weekly thing. You can kind of mix up the times of it each week as well, which is also very nice. So yeah, I think generally speaking, it's a very cool event. I'm a big fan. That's why when we get the chance to cast it, I always enjoy casting it. We have ourselves these Marines applying some pretty decent pressure early on, let's be realistic. Doing a good job. And as they put some pressure in, a couple of Queens will coming back around. I mean, not bad from Percival, who looks to try and take as much of an advantage here off of Cham as possible early. Just gonna have those Queens gathering up once more, and then the Marines and the Medivacs all coming together. And those Marines, gonna keep the pressure up onto the Queens. Obviously, ideally, you want to get rid of these Queens if you can. If you knock those down, that's generally just going to be a big win for you. Really removes your opponent's ability to kind of get as much done themselves, so generally speaking, that is definitely a major positive. So have the Marines being pushed back, Queens still gathering back together again. And we see what the next couple moments this brings us. I mean, in the end, Cham pushes it away, but I do think this has actually been a pretty pricey pushback. This was not cheap, this was not easily done. it cost you a lot of investment into being able to deny this, right? It took a little while to happen as well. This is all time which you're kind of spamming units, maybe running in a bit inefficiently and so on. Also, all of these things generally trend toward you not having a great time, especially when the Terran is coming at you with more aggression very soon after that. So what's the problem with playing against Terran? They almost always have the next wave ready to go, right? So when that next wave is ready to go so comfortably and so easily, yeah, it really does become an issue as these Marines now put pressure in around this other side. So just getting on towards here for a couple of moments. I'm not going to be seeing the Banes kind of come in. We've killed some SCVs on the counterattack, actually, so Cham is having some success over on the other side of the map as well, so that's actually not too bad. Could be a whole lot worse, as we're just going to be seeing 8 SCVs have fallen. Is that really all we're going to get, though? Because 8 SCVs only feels very manageable in terms of losses from Percival's point of view. I feel like that's where Percival's like, yeah, okay, actually, I'm okay with this. Like, I'm fine. Obviously, you don't love taking damage and stuff, right? But you've been putting pressure on yourself, and you still have units out on the map and holding this position over here. So as long as you're still in position on the other side, that is also a very generally big positive for you. So there's absolutely one more benefit is those Marines still trying to trade. The Lings on a counterattack, catching some of those Marines and the tanks as well. We're still honestly doing really well in the counterattack. I will not lie, I'm a little surprised, realistically. I'm a little bit surprised as to how this has gone. I really thought we'd be cleaned up by now and kind of pushed back the other way, but it's just really not been the case in the slightest. 14 SCVs down. Champ continues to do some very good work over here. So yeah, Champ continues to do very, very well for now. Seeing those Lings coming through. Again, we've got Bane's Wolf right next to this, so this is actually getting even better and better, realistically. It is continuing to be a very good sign on the side of the Zerg. Now, can we continue to deal with the Terran aggression on the other side? That's going to be a big part of how exactly this goes down, and whether or not this is going to be a success story at the end of it all. Infestation pit coming around, just going to be bringing that up, so we take a couple seconds to reset things momentarily. Just going to have a couple of these Banes, going to end up taking some damage as well. A few more shots coming out. Percival down 25 supply coming out of it, and my big question has been answered. Are we going to be able to survive through? And I think the answer is yes, we are absolutely going to end up surviving through. Love to see it. And as we rejoin ourselves, this planetary fortress still sitting tidy. He's going to start running forward, just going to run in this position. The tank's going to fire, and Bane's going to get through as well. And Percival start trading efficiently here. No is the answer if he's going to lose even more SCVs. And now he has no presence on the map either, so if you have no presence on the map, that's going to be even tougher at the moment. Wow. Percival had so much momentum on his side. And this is not done yet, but down 40 workers, it does feel like the pressure is on for Percival to get out and do something. He's going to throw down a 4th command center. So he's going to try and macro out of this, which I don't hate, but honestly, in a way, I'm like, I actually feel like his army could maybe do something. Maybe he's just so held back. It's like, how do you actually justify getting across to the other side of the map? That's actually pretty difficult to do, I guess, in this moment, so fair enough. Hive coming up, Ling Bane still building through. The couple smoke rolls will be producing also. Marines don't even have a good moment there. That was a good Bane connection to actually connect in. I thought that was going to be, one of those moments where it's like, okay, we're good. We're not, in fact, good. We were not, in fact, good. Well, we will have ourselves a few Marines still gathering about. Marines are still going to be pressing through, trying to see a little bit more of what's going on here. Just the Banes trying to push through as well, trying to find a little bit extra Not really seeing too much success though. As we have got to clean up this Terran army. We are putting pressure onto the other side of the map again, which, yeah, I mean, sure. Let's see how that continues. We get a bunch of SCVs again, so if nothing else, we're already seeing some success. Wouldn't mind going off, a few more Banes connecting, another wouldn't mind shot coming through as well here. Damage continues to be done. A couple more shots coming through once again, so a little bit extra coming about. Just going to be seeing that Liberator still sitting there, also hanging around a few moments as we continue into the next little phase of this. Wings gather, Queens gather. I'm just going to see that Liberator taking some damage too. The SCVs still getting hit on the counter. Cham, I really think Cham is actually being more aggressive than he needs to be. I understand you don't want to give the Terran player like a step back into this game in some ways, but I think in other ways we don't really want to be letting this kind of go the way it's going either, right? So I mean, you don't want to like just lose units and then never be comfortable because you didn't just take a moment to like hold back, take a second, and truly get set up, right? Which it feels like that's kind of where we're at right now. Feels like we are there at the moment. It's just going to see that planetary is going to finish morphing in. And again, 3 upgrades coming through. The couple of planetaries are still building up. So we'll take a run over there. Just going to see this planetary fort is getting blasted again. 9 SCVs, 8 drones. Efficiency, I was going to say, has got to be off the charts right now, and it is 14.8 to 22.6k. It's already very good for the stage of the game, but it's not super crazy either. I mean, I really felt like Percival was going to have a much tougher time here. Now he's stabilizing on a few more workers. I mean, that said, obviously Cham has pretty much every single setup he could be asking for, so, you know, like, he's got all the bases that he needs, and, like, he should just feel super comfortable across the entire course of this at the moment. Again, the Ultra Cav coming up, plus 3 melee, the Overlord Speed coming over, Wouldn't Mind shot hits onto a couple of Morphing Banes. And this Bio trying to pressure onto this position, good dealing with the Wouldn't Mind. We do, for now, at least force this back once more. Ultra Cav is about to finish up, plus 3 melee upgrades still coming across as well. Wouldn't mind shots. These things can't do well enough. Do you have anything that's going to future-proof us as well, Ultra Cav? I mean, Ultra Cav should be pretty damning also, right? Yeah, Ultra Cav should be pretty problematic because it does leave you in a position where... I mean, do we really have anything to deal with Ultras with the TLDR? And the answer is not really. But Cham has also never been comfortable enough to just start building Ultras. Like, he is consistently thrown himself at this army, and again, I really feel like all we need is to actually just take it slow for a couple moments. I really feel like if we just slowed it down a bit, we'd have a much cozier time right here. I'm just going to be having our command center floating across back in position to the left-hand side, coming back over here. I'm just going to be seeing the Bioforce coming over and trying to see what else is going on. Percival's score shows 1. Yep, because he won the first map of the day. The score line is a tracker of how many maps they've won on the day, guys. That's what we usually do it for in King of the Hill. Only 23 SCVs left. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, Percival's dying is just it's been a much slower and more painful death than it ever needed to be because of what Cham's doing. Like, Cham could have made this a lot swifter. But, like, I don't think he's, you know, dragging it out to make his opponent feel bad or something. Wouldn't mind gather bio units join up. Fine, just gonna get there. Couple shots coming through. At some point, just Burst will just not build up enough. Right now, he still has an army supply lead as Cham runs at him one more time. There is Terran on the right-hand side of the map as well. I feel like Hydras were like the last thing we ever needed in this game, by the way. Like, we had an Ultra Cavern and an opponent that had very little anti-ultra defense. Like, I really do not feel like, don't get me wrong, I think Cham is in a position where it's like you don't lose in any scenario, but it's like, I just don't think he ever needed anything here. Like, Ultras would have just finished it off. Ling Bane probably would have finished off as well. How many SCVs died? 100. Oh my god, 109 SCVs died. Like, he doesn't even have the full Hydra upgrades, by the way. That's why it's even. Yeah, I didn't even think 109 SCVs. Cham is gonna get there in the end. He's gonna get there in the end, even if it's been a bit of a. Got concussive shells finishing. We've got the Lurker Den is still producing. He's so far ahead, he just thought Hydras would be fun. Sure. My favorite part is that out of all of the last 5 to 10 minutes, the one moment I actually don't think Cham slows down is now. Like he actually finally broke Percival. Truly. And now is apparently the moment where he's like, you know what? I'm gonna just stop. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're just gonna stop? He's just annoyed with the libs, but there's only been like a very low amount of libs all game. He could have made Vipers to pull them into Queens or something. I mean, there's just so many. To be fair, it's whatever. It doesn't really matter, realistically. We're gonna Sport Crawler trick our way into a bunch more Lurkers. I think it's gonna pop. Drone's gonna transfer across. I think Hydra's still gathering in. I just don't see. I mean, I don't think any of us see this working, which is obviously why we kind of know it's over already. Is that even a thing? It's a thing, but it's really just not good. The amount of money wasted versus the advantage of having like +5 to 10 supplies is very whatever. Snoot used to do this a lot more in like the Swarm Host days and stuff. Back then it was a bit different as well, because the thing about it is like it works well with an army that doesn't necessarily die often. So for example, Swarm Host, because you can actually just have more supply and you're not trading out units, so you don't have to do the trick again, right? The problem is in this case is as soon as you lose units, you can't replenish those units, so you did this spore trick for a couple of units that just die before we even start the fight. Don't get me wrong, it's not that it's bad, it's just excessively unnecessary and it just doesn't really give you that much of a benefit versus just committing, you know? Well, we have got the Lurkers here, and as we are going to see Ling Bane running in as well. This should be enough to get the job done. Realistically, the Bane's still crashing through, the blinding clouds are down. I believe we've got ourselves, I don't have to call this one a GG, but Champs are going to rebuild again. More Ling Hydra, Aspire coming up. Percival is trying desperately to hang on in here. I would love to make this one a bit more exciting, but the reality is there's just not a lot to really say that's exciting about it. It is over. We're just waiting for Cham to press the buttons that get Percival to leave the game. Percival's trying to spam commands and spam Sin City. Lurkers are just not really the right call, because Lurkers are not the kind of unit that really benefit from... Like, Lurkers just don't really do what you need them to, which is you want something that can break forward. Lurkers don't break forward. Lurkers are really good sitting back defensively, but you're asking for them to break forward and to break through here, and that's just unrealistic right now, plain and simple. Yeah, they should have just gone ultras. Yeah. Ultras. Go Broodlord sooner. He is doing what I think is... I actually even think just Pureling Bane would have actually been better than the Lurkers at this point. Like, Pureling Bane probably actually breaks through more easily just with the sheer swarminess that you get out of it. Kind of a crazy one, guys. Kind of a crazy one. Well, that's all good. It just means more stream time for us today. Can't complain at that, can we? Can't complain at that. Jam commits. Percival has had enough of being in the punching bag. And so he gets out of here. And that is going to wrap us up for a game number 2 on the day. So Cham going to take his first map. And we'll see how he continues as we get into more King of the Hill action soon, guys. We'll see what our next, or who our next challenger will be. See what matchup we're going to get to play here. Just get some ads going over here on the YouTube and so on as well for a couple moments. Yesterday was really interesting because it was the first day without it was the first day of the 24/7 stream where I didn't stream on my main channel, and so I didn't raid it. So I was actually really curious as to what it would do on viewership, and it was pretty cool. Actually, the viewership actually like went up for a little bit, and like actually peaked at some point, or like 80ish or so. That's very cool. We do have a 24/7 channel now, guys. In case you're not aware, in case I'm not online like I was yesterday, you can still catch some Wardy games. Basically just replaying matches from the years gone by. Matches from the years gone by. So, yeah, check that out. You can exclamation mark 247 24/7 in the Twitch chat if you want to link to it. We usually read it at the end of streams now. It's been kind of fun to see how it does. The 24/7 stream played a 2 to 5 minute ad and you just died. Yeah, I mean, it's going to play ads. That's kind of what it does, unfortunately. It's 24, like, it has a downside, you know? It has to pay for itself, otherwise, you know. Doesn't really make sense to put the effort into keeping it online, right? And alas, the best way to do that is ads. What I actually think is really crazy is that I actually think after the first week of the 24/7 stream, I actually think it's on track to outperform my YouTube in terms of what it provides. Which I think is actually just crazy. Like my YouTube, which would be, you know, I put hours upon hours into and so on and so forth. Like it's just gonna get outperformed because I started 24. Like this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. But that is the way of the world. I think, you know what really I think hurts the YouTube? This is gonna sound, people are like, oh, we don't want that. But like, just in terms of like performance, I don't really care how it goes or whatever. But like, I think because on YouTube you click the ad button, it just plays everyone one ad. But like on Twitch, I click the ad button to run 2 minutes of ads or 3 minutes of ads, right? I think that really makes a difference on the amount of, you know, money you can make out of it. It's kind of crazy. Alright, Cham and Nigorak. Nigorak being the new challenger here, so we get this ready to go. How much of my content do I have saved? So I haven't saved any of it on hard drives, which was one of the reasons I didn't start the 24/7 stream sooner. I actually looked into running a 24/7 stream like half a year ago-ish, because I was starting to realize a lot of people were doing this on Twitch, and me and Helen actually watched a couple 24/7 streams quite frequently. So I looked into it and I just couldn't figure out like a way to do it because I didn't have my own content saved. I was looking into how I could like download it off the YouTube or like try and play it through like certain players and stuff from the YouTube and stuff. Anyways, I decided I was just going to give it a go and see what happened if we just literally played it off of YouTube playlists. And turns out it works. I think like over the course of, I think it's been up for like 10 days or something now. And over those 10 days, I think the YouTube playlist has paused or stopped playing or whatever like 2 times. Which is really not that bad. So, you know, we're just literally playing YouTube playlists on it. And what's kind of cool about that is that it means that I can make YouTube playlists. So right now it's just kind of playing everything chronologically off the YouTube. But eventually I'm going to make YouTube playlists like once it's done this first playthrough, which is going to take like 3 months. Like we have like 3 months of unique content. Once we've done that, instead of just starting back in 2018 or something again, and we have actually more than that, it's just 2018 is the furthest back I was comfortable putting games on from. Because my YouTube got a lot better in 2019, 2018. It was okay, but it was a lot worse before then. Anyways, so the cool thing is I think we'll do like different like seasons almost. So like next when we finish the first playthrough, what I might do is I might do the best of like Team League matches, or like we could do like the best of the WardiTV Christmas events or something. So it can have like, you know, 2 to 3 days of like, oh, it's going to be this or that, and then people can like vote on what they want to see and stuff. That's the kind of plan. Eventually we might just do like another like chronological run through, but yeah. Anyways, that's some yapping for the early game. Abducting libs and tanks and sieges them. It unsieges a lib, it doesn't unsiege a tank. Because a tank can be sieged anywhere, and it's the radius around the tank that is sieged, right? But the liberator sieges a specific position, which is then obviously the liberator does not know where to siege if it got abducted, because it's a different position. So it's a little bit there. 2 units which it's just because of how they siege, it works very differently. Although then you burrow a lurker and a burrow gets unburrowed. So abduct a lurker and a lurker gets unburrowed. So the inconsistencies, guys. I think it just logically makes sense. Why would a siege tank unsiege from being abducted, I guess? I don't know. I think I'm going to try and run up here. Good block with the Lings. Oh, but the grenade is great, and in we go. The drones pull because Chan is trying to play no Ling speed into the Roach Roaring, so this is terrible for him. Minus 10 workers, minus... I was going to say a couple more, but we didn't actually get an extra couple shots off. We still have a Hellion left at this point. We might want to just scout through into the main base. The Spire is up from the fast lair. This is so weird to go meters with no Ling speed and then into the Roach Roaring. Wow. Super greedy, but kind of super safe because you're on a very late third. But not with the Reaper Grenade gets you past the defenses, and the greed of Cham gets completely punished here. And now Nicorect has the perfect read. He knows it's meters into roaches. So if he defends the first round of meters well, he also knows to start building into siege tanks rather than kind of Widow Mines and like, you know, heavily focus on the anti-air force. He knows this is muted roach, or at least it looks like it. Maybe you swing out of it as Cham now it's been scouted. But the information Nicorect just gained was absolutely massive right there. As a Banshee shows up, this is not going to do much, but what it does do is pull the Mutas back home. So the Mutalists are going to have to come all the way back to deal with this Banshee, and this is a benefit to you as Nicorect because it gives you even more prep time to make sure these Mutas are not going to find an entry point, give you more anti-air, so it's going to be comfortable defense with the Marines, and it looks as though Nicorect puts himself into a fantastic position here early on. Roach speed, 1 more missile upgrades, the infestation pick coming up as well. More shots, Marines gathering through. Overseer just gets picked off as well. Just going to see a change going down. And a couple meters still coming back across. Just to try and keep the pressure up for the next few moments. +1 missiles, +1 carapace. So yeah, jump onto that combat shield. Tries to get it, doesn't quite manage. The few Marines are there to push the mutants back as well. This is nice. Any damage you do here is necessary from Champ. You've had a rough start in this game. You need these mutants to pull you back a bit. He's going very quickly into the Infestors to follow this up as well, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think some reliance on the fungal growth is very, very potent here. And we've got some missiles, +1 carapace. We're going to get the roaches. Continue to gather up the Overlord. Joining up there as well. He's going to hold out, pushing those mutas away once again. Still got the Roach Ravager coming through. 1/1 upgrades. All coming around. Couple of Overlords still coming about. The Siege Tank. Command Center coming up as well. Oh, what a fungal! That's a massive fungal, and Nicarak just sat right in it. That's brutal. Nicarak loses a lot of the momentum he had, and that's going to help Champ to step back into this game a little bit, as now Champ is working down the left-hand side of the map. Travis just trying to push on through. The SCV is going to pull away from that right side as well. Oh no. Does Nicarak have enough to defend this? What is his defense looking like? That further back tank is huge. He is going to do some serious damage on the other side, but right now he's just killing a couple of structures. He needs to get more than this. Killing an even shape and an infestation pit is very minimal damage. The Marines trying to fight some roaches there as well, so he has a lot of units over here. Is he defending on the other side of the map? Not really is the answer. Roach Ravager continues to push in over here. We are now killing a lot of drones. The question will more likely just simply be, is it enough at the end of the day? 50 supply left for Nicarak. He's down to 13 SCVs, 24 drones of Champ, but Nicarak's army just doesn't seem like it's going to cut it. The thing about roaches as well is, like, roaches are really good when you have the right amount of them versus the right amount of Terran, and right now you just have the right amount versus the right amount of Terran, I think, as Champ is looking to go 2-0 on the day in the OSC King of the Hill so far. Get up to a 2-map winning streak at the start of this. Which the Ravagers still gathering, that Orbital taking a few more shots. All the last left off me. It's Scrappy, and Nicarak's going to keep on trying. I can understand why. He's just going to see those few Marines look at it come across. And finally falls. This army now taking damage. The three Roaches and the Ravagers still picking their way through this. The Roaches still pushing their way through the racks and the Orbital. We'll transfer down to the Natural, and you have this Orbital burning the main base, trying to get away as well. Why is he still in this game? Because he did a ton of damage as well. And there's always this situation where it's like, maybe I did enough that if I just hold on, I'm fine. I know it seems ridiculous, but this is not just your, oh, my Natural got broken, my main's dead, and I did nothing. Like, he did a lot of damage too. He doesn't necessarily know exactly how much, right? So, yeah, when he loses this fight, he probably realizes that that's probably going to be it. But I don't hate it. This is not like an overcommitment to stay in this game. This is just recognition of the fact that, you know, it was a weird game. You absolutely, you know, stay in this for a little while. Like, you were in the Zerg's third and Natural, and you killed a ton of drones. What if the Zerg has like 5 drones and can't build anything, and you clean up those roaches? Then you win because of mules, you know? And then it's not like he was just staring at every single drone of the Zerg, counting them like, oh, he's got this many left. And, you know, if he knew there's 25 drones left, he might have already been gone. It's a situation where I think you stick around and you take a few moments to let it play out, to be honest, guys. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. All right, we are going to jump into our next game here in a few moments' time. Just waiting to see who the challenger will be. I just saw Mixu log in. We'll see if Mixu is the challenger. I don't know who's coming next, so for me it's also a bit of a mystery, guys. Part of the fun. Part of the fun. It is Mixie, so it's going to be some ZVZ up next on this one. Very exciting. Alright, we'll get them to do the little veto process. So again, the defending player, so Cham will veto a map. Mixie will get to pick from the rest of the maps from there. Cham says, I'm not going to veto. You can pick anything. It's DVZ. It doesn't matter. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, and we will take a couple moments and we'll get into Cham versus Mixie to continue the Zerg versus Zerg action, guys. OSC, King of the Hill. On this beautiful Sunday of StarCraft 2. Again, hope you're all doing great. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out. Lockdown is going to be our map. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Apparently Mixie is not going to play Zerg. Apparently he's going to play Terran. So, a new one. As we really went into the game with the caster in the player slot. So we'll try this again. So yeah, Mixie's going to play Terran. This is funny because he's like, Cham's like, I'm not going to veto a map. It's EVZ. I don't care. And then Mixie's like, Terran. Alright, so Mixie going to Terran it up instead of playing ZVZ, which is kind of wild because I think Mixie absolutely has a good shot in the ZVZ. So him playing Terran is a little bit of a shocker. What's up, Hobby Kabul? Thank you so much for the 64-month resub on the Prime. How is the challenger selected? It's a mystery. There's just a list of players you want to play, and you just kind of get randomized into an order, and you come and play when it's your turn. There is some behind the scenes. There's an admin that sorts it out. Probably mixes it up a little bit between King of the Hills and stuff, I would imagine, but yeah, generally speaking, it's just fun one. Alright, CC in the top right belong to Mixie. Like I say, he's going to play some TVZ. I'm genuinely a little bit surprised. Let's see what we get as Cham sets us up. He's going to get a hatcher on the low ground here in a couple seconds. Mixed uses yep, he's chosen to play Terran in this match instead of playing the ZVZ. Trust me, I am also confused. Hatch guys and pool coming about, getting a couple of racks in the gas coming about for a couple seconds. Also, take a few moments. Again, the hatch and the pool coming about, the extra barracks coming up, so makes you playing that CC first into the double racks. A very powerful setup, and that's going to be what he goes for a moment or two here. Let's see how it works out, see what more we can find over the next few moments. Yeah, obviously CC first. Very popular right now because it really just feels like the best Terran build. It feels so smooth, the supply doesn't get messed up, you don't have to wait for the worker as much. compared to a lot of the issues that Terran have had off of the 8-worker start, where their builds just don't really line up as nicely as they once did. It's a bit of a different vibe. So yeah, that CC first has definitely been, like I say, a very popular kind of one as of late. So the Marine gonna nibble up at the Overlord. A bit of damage being done. It's gonna knock that down. Rax, Marines, SCVs, and the stim coming through. The Overlords continue to produce by. Circling speed is gonna get started up as well. The speed and the drones continue to come about. Against Impact Combat Shield getting built, the Lings and the Ling speed coming over as well. Handful of Marines from Mixie poking, but they don't really commit too far, so we just pull back a little bit. Against him is about to finish up. Combat Shield's halfway done. Ling speed Bane Nest building into play as we continue, so again, bringing a lot of this up and into action here for the moment. This Combat Shield finishing in a second. Again, that Ling speed will finish up. The Baneling Nest is halfway done. The extra drones and the Overlord continue to come by. Just have the Marines gathering over in the natural for a few moments as well. Nice, that Ling Bane coming up from Cham as he readies himself a bit of defense here. Marine Ling has stim forward. Bane's gonna have Bane speed, so with good micro here, Mixie has some opportunity. Get that one Baneling target fight at the end, but the rest of them did connect well enough, so that means that Cham is going to find a defense on this. So Cham gets the defense. Successful defense so far. Again, attack upgrade coming about. A few Marines coming into play. Engineering Bay in the barracks still building by Refinery coming online. The Lings going to run forward, and that Marine is going to get caught. Now it's going to continue at the depots for a few moments as well. A little bit more pressure on for now. And then that attack upgrade still coming through. The armory coming up. Barracks is on its way. A couple of Evo chambers and the hatches building about. The lair is halfway done. Burrow upgrade. Pretty decent from Cham as well, so continue to bring that online currently. Just gonna get this command center moved into another orbital, so we got a 3cc setup, but I guess my concern is just that obviously this did not end early, and so Mixer is now playing a longer game of TVZ against Cham, who's very good. I mean, I like the burrow from Cham as well. Some burrowed Banes around the map, gonna be one of the things that's just difficult to deal with anyways, never mind if you're not playing Terran as your main race, and, you know, then it's just an extra thing to keep thinking on that you don't usually have to keep thinking on, right? So I think it actually puts you in an, you know, even more challenging position. Or if they go pool first against CC first? If they go pool first, it doesn't really matter. What is an issue is if they roach roll on you. If they roach roll on you, because nowadays they can scout the CC first in reacting time, which makes it a lot more dangerous. A lot more dangerous. Couple of Banes just going to gather up. The Ling's going to be there. Melee and Carapace upgrade sell. The Baneling speed is continuing through. The rest of the Marines coming across for couple of seconds. And then Bang gathers, just going to be seeing the 1-1 coming through. Again, +2, +1 upgrades coming about. Marines, tank, Medivacs. We'll continue to gather in. Infestation pit gets set as well. We do have a few Banes just on the ramp right now. Banelings going to gather around. The Banes are going to join up together. We do see the rest of these Banelings coming about as well. I like how Cham is holding back this time, and is not just full send attacking like he was in the previous game. Bit of a different vibe. I mean, Mixu is super turtling right now. 4th base coming up. The SimCity is good. And Siege the tanks, does he have intentions of moving out, or is he just repositioning the defense? I would imagine he's repositioning the defense. However, this does mean that Cham is starting to take the entirety of the map at the same time. Mixu plays Terran now. I don't think Mixu plays Terran. I think he just didn't want to. I don't know if he just didn't want to play ZVZ or what his thought process was, to be honest. I honestly think you would have had an okay chance of the ZVZ. It's gonna be wild if you won the TVZ though. Game's gonna crash through. It's a pretty cheap commitment, honestly, from Cham. Doesn't cost you a lot of units. Already gets 7 SCVs. Breaks through a couple of siege tanks as well. Now swarms from the right side, which is where Mixie was pulling away from. Well, the lane Bane gathering up. A couple of these Banes do reach the rest of those Marines. Both players will have a fair amount of money to rebuild with. Final Banelings rolling into absolutely no success. Marines will continue onto this hatchery again. 22 lings, the 2-2 upgrades coming about. So Cham is soon going to equalize those upgrades, which makes he has a slight lead on now, but there's no way he's going to feel confident moving across the map after this swing of units into him. Is Cham missing lava? Yeah, kind of. Can't spend all of his money, doesn't have enough lava for it, so he doesn't get to kind of have the full rebound he might have really liked to here. Medivac goes down. Mixu's attempted drop goes absolutely nowhere. Three settling into place. The +2 vehicle weapons coming about. The libs and the widow mines still coming in. The Marines load back into the Medivacs once more. Lingbane continues to go across to the other side as well. We got another 8 SCVs, and right now, if you just keep Mixie over the 4th base, that's generally going to be seen as a pretty potent situation for you, I think. I think that's going to go very well long term. One more Lingbane still gathering up. Mixie is actually going to get a bit of a push down the right side. Supply-wise, I mean, Mixu actually still has enough workers to kind of stay in this, and let's be fair, his army size is pretty reasonable as well at the moment too, so across the board is actually looking pretty decent at this current moment. Wouldn't mind get some shots off of drones going down the other side of the map. A harassment is setting up. It's going to be a Liberator that's just in a good position and taking a long time to actually fall. More shots coming off as, again, Cham's goal is to deny this planetary fortress, but his supply is going to plummet, and Mixu continue to run over to the side, going to get rid of a couple more Banelings. Scans there, sees the last few units that try to burrow. Good move from Mixu. Mixu's supply is going to be on the up right now. If he goes right now, Champ has no money and he doesn't have lava to rebuild. I actually think Champ just dies. Mixu, the legend. Does Champ actually just die? Depends how well the banelings do, I guess. If the banelings do really well, there's a chance to hold, but there's a very good chance they just do not do well. Because it's just a lot of bio. He's streaming so many units across the other side of the map currently. Champ gets a bunch more Banes on the way. Trying to build some Infestors. Woodermine's going to burrow up. Going to be great in this scenario. But there's a cast to attack into you to clean up this position. The Ultras don't have 3-3, and they do have Kindness Plane, but not 3-3. Liberators are doing a lot of good jobs sieging up, and Mixu. Jesus, City is back. Oh, it's a massive fungal. I was going to say, maybe we can just target down the Ultra, but the Bane's connected in. It's still 90 army supply to the 30. It's still not really close. +3 melee got denied now. +3 Carapace is being denied as well. More Banes is not going to do it. Mixu is looking as though he's going to get it done. How did this happen? I wonder if he just looked at the last game and he was like, you know what? I feel like Cham doesn't play well in this circumstance or in this situation. That situation being like the, if I sit back, I don't think he actually plays like efficiently enough on the defense or something. Like that would be my guess as to what's happened here. Mixu's just like kind of figured out a way to hence take advantage of that and to make this a success story. That's actually crazy though. Not what I thought we were going to be seeing in this game. Mixu gets the GG out of Cham. Well played. And Mixu gets it done. That's actually kind of crazy. All right, just wait to see what the next who the next opponent's going to be. Suicide in the fourth. Yeah, he just kind of went too... Interesting, because he was sat so far back initially as well. Like, he did not seem to be in a rush to break that fourth at first. And so he was just very happy to sit back. Maybe just because it was just 3 bases before that point, but... what a wild time. What a wild time. Alright, Mixu's already hopped, so I get the feeling that he already knows who his opponent is. Christiana. So we're going to go to Europe for the ZVP, question mark. Mixu's going to play Zerg. What happens when we get 50k subs on YouTube? That's it, we retire the YouTube, guys. Like, once we hit 50k subs, there's nothing to aim for anymore, you know? Nothing really happens. I'd like to say there'd be some special celebration, but times are tough. It's not easy to run StarCraft right now. I can't just go running fun extra bonus things as much as I'd like to. I would love to do something cool for it's just not really possible. Aim for 100k. Yeah, the current rate of growth on the YouTube means we'd hit 100k in like 15 or 20 years. Which is... I mean, maybe someday. Maybe someday. I don't know. It's tough. Do I have a piece of cake or something? No, I just look at the number and I smile that it's finally the number that we've been getting to. I'm going to ask Mixu what inspired the TVZ. I'm genuinely curious if he just saw something from Cham that like he thought he could abuse, or if he just thinks Terran's broken, or... or what, honestly. Zex will reference this game for years. You know, it's so funny. Earlier, someone was... I had a comment on my YouTube earlier. I just deleted it because I was about to argue with it. I was just like, no, I'm just going to delete it because it's just whining for the sake of whining. But like, the TLDR of it was that it was basically like, first of all, they were like, all you do is complain about the patch. And it's like, it's funny because the patch was... What's funny is when I read this the first time, I misunderstood. Because they were like, it's funny because we actually had the perfect patch. And I was like, Yeah, I agree. 12 worker starts was a lot better, right? Mixu says, by the way, I don't like playing TVZ versus him, and my TVZ peaked at like 6k, so he just thought he'd go for it. So yeah, at first I was like, yeah, I agree. There was a much better patch before, and then he was like, but no, people like you complained, so they took away the minor Zerg nerf and instead buffed Terran through the roof. I bet you're happy now. And I was just like, oh my god. They're like, it's crazy how much you and other content creators continue to ruin this game. I'm like, oh my god, buddy, I am. Like, this comment makes me think. It's like, you know when someone has a punchable face? I feel like when you say something like this, it gives you a punchable aura, you know? It gives you like a punchable aura where it's just like, I feel like you're just saying something that's so dumb. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, some people really prefer the previous patch, but you cannot possibly tell me that the patch that got hotfixed with lava changes was the patch of all patches. Like, you can't genuinely look at that and compare it to the current state of Terran. Like, every Zerg jumped hundreds of MMR. Meanwhile, don't get me wrong, I'm not defending the 300cc change. I think that's stupid as well. But, like, the 300cc change is broken on a different level to what the Zerg lava change was. And in fact, the Terran CC change, I think, more than anything, actually, yeah, I think the Terran CC change more than anything helps Terran kind of where they need it right now, but it's still not healthy for the game long term, right? Anyways, the final word was like, well, why don't we just leave the changes for a month or two and actually see what see what happens? I'm like, oh my god, buddy, you're literally agreeing with like everything I say. You're just nitpicking half the things I say to be angry about. Ay. Can't believe I'm the reason. I know, maybe I am the reason. I am the one that has, I don't know. But no, I was only the reason for them nerfing Zerg. Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. Have you ever seen me play Zerg, guys? Exactly. Terrans buff like crazy now, and yet the Terrans are not winning like crazy. That is the crazy thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the Terrans have been much improved, but you've got to kind of look at it and realize that Terran was also in the worst place after the 8 worker changes. Like, every other race benefits to some extent from 8 worker changes. Not exactly, but, like, to some extent. Especially when you buff the Zerg lava, you speed the game up there and so on. You know, it's like, Terran literally got worse. The builds felt terrible. And don't get me wrong, like, 300 cost CC is I don't think it, but, like, I mean, now you've kind of got the Zerg who are just in... the Protoss who are just in trouble. They need a buff. But this is the problem with just, like, blindly buffing things all the time, right? It's just like, oh, this race is struggling now. Buff, buff, buff. Oh, that race is buff, buff, you know. But it's not even, like, fun buffs. It's just like, we're going to change the cost of something that's been set in the game for ages to try and... Like I say, the word Band-Aid fix comes up a lot, right? So... No, the clip where the Terran was mine, it was Beyond versus Rogue, the mule pull down. But this always existed. This always existed. I mean, to be fair, like, it is cheaper, but... I don't even agree with the Terran CC cost, though. Like, this was the sort of change that I was very against from the very start. Like, it goes against what I think was good. But it's okay, because the good news for everybody involved is that it doesn't matter what I think, because actually no one listens to me. So, no one listens, so thankfully, for everyone who is genuinely, seemingly concerned, no one listens to me, so me complaining over my stream is not going to matter. If I want to grow the channel, I'm going to have to post patch drama videos. Man, I could not think of anything worse. Do you know what the best part about my YouTube channel is? Is that it's just straight up, like, StarCraft. Like, no messing around, no doing this or that, it's just StarCraft gamers, man. You can just tune in if you like StarCraft and bam, you get to watch StarCraft. Like, that's great, no? Personally, big fan of that. I'm a big fan of it. The Ling is going to go running a couple moments. Going across there for a moment or two. Just going to be seeing Ling's getting in and Mixu being a little bit annoying. Actually, kind of curious as to what the outcome is for this game, because Christiana, I think, has definitely started to take some better moves in the PvZ again, but PvZ I still think is the matchup where pros are struggling and trying to figure things out, and especially people with like the older playstyles have definitely not really been having a great time. Like ground-based content has not been ideal at all. Definitely leaves us in a bit of a interesting place, I suppose. I really do hope that, and this is not me just saying we should leave it as it is, but I really do hope we actually just take some time before the next update, though. Like, instead of just changing things every 2 weeks, I really hope we get at least like a month or so before we have another patch, if not longer. I think StarCraft benefits from giving people time to actually figure it out. It's one of the best parts of StarCraft. Anyways, that's the last thing we'll say patch-related. Let's have a non-patch day, shall we, guys? I just wanted to, you know, I just wanted to complain about that guy. I was saying things on my YouTube, that was all. That's what I love. Just gonna see our Prism coming about. Just gonna be seeing the Temple Archives. Taking a couple of seconds as well. Prism is moving to try and see a little bit more of what's going on here, so is going to come across this direction. You can see a couple of Archons are going to gather as well, and that's very typical of Christiana. He likes to play the Archon drop. That has pretty much always been his way of playing in this matchup. But definitely, I mean, people say the Christiana build, the numbers change a little bit, but like generally speaking, Archon drop is how he likes to go, and that, like I say, is one of the things that definitely has not necessarily felt great when it comes to PvZ lately, because this leads you into this ground composition. That obviously becomes very interesting very quickly. So those roaches continuing to cross. We take a couple moments. The Lings try and deal with this for just a little longer. And let's see how Roach is pulling back in. That's all for a few seconds here. Drop load on the way. The Roach speed is building. We've got a few more Roaches in production as well, so we are getting this ready. Or at least going to try and get this ready to sell. Roaches, Roach speed coming about. Like I say, the aggression definitely seems as though it's going to be on its way in a second, as we see the Lings running to the other side of the map. It is going to be go time from Mixu in a moment. Don't hate it. Don't hate the choice to kind of bring the aggro into play, to be honest. So he's seeing the Roach is going to be here. Obviously, there's a lot of tech units, though, from Christiana, so question being, is this Immortal Archon going to be enough overall to hold on? I mean, Christiana has a very low army supply, but like I say, it's very techy units. Mortals and Archons typically do hold their owns in situations like this. A couple more Ravagers. We'll just be morphing 14 probes. Going down still. More Ravagers will continue to build up. Just going to have the Immortals and the Archons. Still microing. I mean, Christian has to work his butt off to make this work. We lose the Oracle, though. The Queens are still extremely healthy, so Oracles don't really save you here, and his Prism is also kind of low. Needs to be super careful not to take too many more shots, because that could also be absolutely disastrous. Christiana's is not going to have enough to hold on. Mixu going to get 2 in a row today. Mixu's on a roll. All right, 2 in a row for Mixu, and so far the best performed player on the day, with the chance to win another one coming up soon. And into a game 3 very shortly. Game 3 for Mixers. We'll get that set to go. Let me run some ads, guys. And we'll get ready to rumble. Again, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all. Right now, I think the game is close enough to being balanced. I don't think anyone has a clue if the game is close enough to being balanced. I'm going to say no, I don't think Protoss is in a good place at all. But I also think we would have no idea because realistically, no one's had a chance to figure out any of the updates because every time someone starts to figure something out, the game changes again. Q are up next, by the way. Ooh, some fiery players today. The game just needs time to sell. Like, it always needs time to sell. The things that need to change is like, realistically, I think the only hotfix that has been good was the Zerg Lava hotfix. Because when many Zergs shoot up hundreds of MMR, I do think that is something to look at. And it was quite clear that there was a lot of issues, right? I think that was very clearly problematic. And I think the hotfixes beyond that should have been a lot more limited, right? Like, oh, this is a bit broken, we need to quickly fix it. Like, oh, hey, that's bugged out. Because we still have no real idea what the... I think this was the issue with changing the work account start and the warp gate at the same time. The warp gate change was so massive, we should have never, ever had that alongside something which completely shifted the economy. Because it's impossible to tell how the warp gate works when we have no idea if the game is even fair in the early game for Protoss/Terran/Zerg, right? You know, this is the issue of just like, you need to know what is actually affecting what, you know? So, yeah, I don't honestly care how balanced the game is right now. I'd rather us just be able to have some time to actually just watch the players figure it out. You know? There was a change that needed to be made, spice up the game, get viewers to watch. Brilliant. And you know what we've done? Not that. The viewership is not good at all right now. My viewership has gone down since the patches, and that might just be because I complain about patches. The only viewership that's gone up is the YouTube viewership for people. Like, the YouTubers are... Oh, missing a caster here. The only viewership that went up were people who were like, oh my god, the patch. Like, that's it. Actual tournament viewership is 100% down. And to be fair, I also took a couple of weeks off at the start of July, but my viewership is down from this time a month ago, and I've been streaming every day for like a week and a half again now, at least. It's holiday season in a lot of countries. Yes, I know. But my viewership didn't drop off last July. Last July was an amazing month. You know? I mean, you can look in loads of ways. Like, I'm not trying to say it's necessarily the patch related, but like, it has not made viewership go up, right? So, which is whatever. Like, honestly, like, I'm not gonna die because the viewers dropped by a couple of hundred. We're good, you know? Anyways, let's cast some more games, guys. Appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out with us and listening to the discussions. I know it's a tough one because we just have day after day of talking about these patches and stuff. They're just they've been a big deal, is all. They've been a big deal. There's a lot to talk about with them at the end of the day. And that's why I keep talking about it. What's up, Human Boosting? Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Kua will be a big favorite here. Kua's the kind of player who I think could come into this and just go on an insane run, you know? When you see some of these guys go on the big King of the Hill runs, you win loads of games in the day. Like, to me, Kua is absolutely the kind of guy that can pull this off. So I'm excited to see what he's got today. I'm excited to see who else is potentially coming up as well. I think he dropped Kira into the bracket already, and it's like, oh god, who else is going to show up? You know, which other players have we got lined up if Kira's already popping out? I'll just take a couple moments. We have ourselves the Reaper. The command's going to continue to come up into place. So it's going to be a Reaper kind of based expansion this time around. A little bit different to some of the other stuff we've been seeing. A couple of SCVs coming out. Like I said, we just seen some CC first earlier today, so mixing up a little bit from there. Then you get to see this be a little different for sure. I'm just gonna have a Rax. Now getting the reactor on the way, so very typical kind of TVZ in terms of the initial setup here. Just Hellions, Alpha CC, and getting that all underway. Reaper is going to try and move through. There's going to be a queen in position for a couple seconds to help us out with that, so getting in position to move this in a nice direction. And we just have, like I say, the Hellions popping out to give us a nice little setup at the moment. Okay, guys, the score at the bottom of the screen is not the score of these two players against each other. That is Mixu's score on the day. It's King of the Hill. So this is just Mixu has won 2 maps in the King of the Hill. It's not a case of Mixu is beating Kua 2-0 as the Lings run up into this main base, trying to see what else is going on. It's going to get after a few of these SCVs. And actually lose about 3 workers, so not a bad little starting point for Mixu as he gets in, gets some damage done. Good little starting point initially there, as we just have ourselves Banshee and the Cloaking coming up as well. A few Lings also continue to gather around for a couple moments here, so we just bring that up, get that underway. The reactor going onto the factory then, so he's just going to get that up as well. Get that started for a few moments, and yeah, we take a bit of time to figure out the next step of this. We have ourselves the Banshee and that Cloak coming up, the Overseer and the Carapace coming up as well. Bringing in Carapace, the Baneling Nest. Carapace has been very popular from, especially Mixu, who's playing Carapace a bunch at Home Story Cup. Against a non-Supermarine heavy opening as well, it's definitely interesting. It definitely doesn't necessarily feel as though it's something you need to do. Usually Carapace is very good against the Marine-based openings. But I think the idea is obviously it's just cheaper now, and because it's cheaper, that obviously makes it a lot easier to kind of invest into that Carapace early, and that's why Mixu sees a little bit of the value in it as well. So I definitely think a little bit of a intriguing situation. Again, the +1 attack, that Stimpack coming up as well. Continue to bring that online right now. Just going to assume that Hellions getting by though. It's going to be for 10 drones, so good economy damage done as Mixu is able to leave an opening for this Terran player to take complete advantage, and you can't really be doing that against Kua, right? Plain and simple, Kua is just a little bit too good to just be leaving openings like this open for him, because he is going to dive in, he's going to take complete advantage, and he is not going to waste any time with that either. So unfortunately, that's going to be a rather expensive experience for Mixu, who now is definitely going to be trailing from where he was. And yeah, I mean, he actually uses a few more drones overall. He's now lost 15 in the game. The Banshee's putting some work in as well. They go for some creep spread. I mean, Mixu actually stays up on workers, but you're going to notice the army supply will be lacking. So while you're like, oh, but Mixu's still super far ahead on workers, it's having to rebuild those workers that becomes the issue very quickly. That is absolutely where the issue kind of comes around, and like I say, it happens very quick and very fast, so it's a little bit of a scary one for sure. Don't love it for our Zerg as Mixu tries to remain king of the hill, looking for his third map win in a row. Kua looking to upset him and start taking the advantage. Antis is back in. We're going to lose one of them, but honestly, they've done pretty good damage. Bottom left side, there is going to be the troublesome position as well, with these Marines and tanks just coming straight in place. Going to go and do very well against that very quickly. Yeah, that's going to be rough. This Banshee is finally going to go down. It actually lasted a long time over there, huh? So yeah, that Banshee actually living for a good amount of time. Definitely seeing some success at the moment. Well, Combat Shield just finished up from Kua, so he's going to be even more powerful here. As the Lings try and get a wrap around, they get rid of a couple of the tanks. Link Wing going to get back into the center of the map. Mixu going to settle once again. A couple of medevacs going to lift off and peel away back over that left side. A few more medevacs into the center. So Kua just going to keep on dropping. He unloaded here. Like I said, doesn't really need to. Sees a couple of those Banes morph, and we'll see how the drop goes on the right side as well. Back at home, he's got a tank. A few more Marines continue to pour out for a few more moments, so can continue to bring a lot of this into play at this current point. Top the main gets the spore before he can do much else. The Lings begin to run up. And his Marines just hop back into the medevacs and back down to the low ground for them. We got the other medevacs actually pulled quite far back in the end. As the Marines continue to fight, a bunch of those Lings continue to take a bunch of damage. Lings and the Banes continue to gather up for a couple seconds there, so again holding for a few moments. The +1 missile upgrade coming about. The +1 melee upgrade, Grew Spine still coming into place also. Ling Bane on mass from Mixu. Will it be enough to get the job done? Will he be able to swarm this army as Kua already sets up down this direction? Heading down this right-hand side. Ling Bane Hydra on the top. Not going to do much just yet, getting pushed away. Defensively, Kua has a few units, but maybe not enough to completely deal with this. Let's see. We've got the second tank about to arrive, and the first tank shot already good. Mixu is definitely thinking twice about committing to that, which unfortunately means that we're probably seeing a game that's getting out of hand for Mixu, because if he's not going to do any damage himself, they lose the base here, can't keep a fourth base alive to save his life. He just about keeps this one up, but that doesn't fill me with confidence even. This just makes me feel as though it's more like, oh, how long is that going to last for him, you know? Because it's already low, it's already been a little bit problematic to get up and online, so yeah, it does just seem like an issue through and through at the moment as we settle. Just gonna see those Lings are gonna come back across, just gonna run into this. We are gonna get catch then on some of this Kua army. I just fear that it is probably gonna be at a pretty high cost. The Ling Bane Hydra gets turned back around. Kua still sits 40 supply ahead. Minus 17 workers as well from the harass that Kua continues to put into this game. And so Kua is really just, like I say, showing up today and looking to be the new king of the hill. And what is, I think this is our 6th series today, right guys? So what I believe is Series 6 today. Getting this back on track, which is, like I say, very exciting to see. The lanes continue through, another siege tank getting caught. Marines still gathering up the top side. Medevac still putting some work in as well. Marines pulling back over. It's going to be seen that Ghost Academy coming up as well with +2 armor about to finish. A bunch of additional Marines continue to come around. We have a group of Ling Hydra going to head up towards the upper left-hand side. The siege tank gets caught. A couple of Banes going to roll into this. There's a burrowed Baneling there, which actually does get to go off and does okay. I mean, once more, Q just has units on the other side. The Mixu is not going to be able to stop, and that is going to be GG's. Mixu has to tap out, and Q will take his first game of the day. How far can Q go? It's going to be the question. I wonder how... I'm going to have some look. They have all the stats for OSC, King of the Hill stuff on the SC2 Online Hall of Fame, guys. So if you're actually interested in these things, you can look it up. So I'm going to do that now because I'm actually kind of intrigued as to how much Q plays in the King of the Hill. Yeah, I mean, I'm just interested, like, how many matches he's won, like, all timing the King of the Hill setup, you know? King of the Hill. I don't think he has any stats in King of the Hill, actually. He's never been king, from what I can tell. I actually just don't think he's played King of the Hill. That's kind of crazy, no? Kyo has, like, no stats in the OSC King of the Hill. Wow, so he's kind of new to it. Wow. I was going to say, like, he's not the sort of player I typically know all of in King of the Hill. Like, he's not the sort of player I think of when we have OSC King of the Hills. I think of Bjorn and so on and so forth, but a part of the cool part of everything being tracked is that we can obviously check these things as well, right? So actually just being able to check that and see that's, like I say, also a very cool factor. We need ads over here, we need ads over there. Cool. Inexorable. Wish you luck. Yeah, good luck, man. Might be a bit tough against Cure. Some TVT coming up then, guys. As Inexorable will come up against Cure for this next game. Last King of the Hill 2 weeks ago was Cure's first OSC King of the Hill. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, he doesn't have a lot of stats. It's crazy. Alright, guys, we're going to have Inexorable as the next challenger. Inexorable, we saw a lot of during the WardiTV Team League, for example. He's a Brazilian Terran player. Good up-and-comer. Let's see if he can cause an upset, because it definitely would be an upset here as we kick off into this game. Get this started up. In the top left-hand side, the yellow Terran player will be Inexorable. In the bottom right, definitely our favorite as we get cross spawns and Old Sun Temple. Is going to be Cure. Alrighty, guys. Cross spawn TVT. Always feels as though it has a lot of potential to be a big long one, but we'll see. Obviously, TVT can also be a matchup where any mirror matchup has that volatility to it, right? And TVT is no different to the others in that regard. You can absolutely get sieged early, get pushed, the wrong way. It just has the tendency to be able to go longer sometimes as well. So we'll see what happens as we, like I say, move our way through this. Get set up to begin. Like I say, cross spawns, I wonder... You get to pick the map as inexorable outside of one video, so he chooses to play the 4-player map that has multiple spawns. I wonder if he's looking for a little bit of the RNG to kind of help him out here on the spawns, if he has like a plan. Obviously, you know, scouting can be delayed on this map, so you've always got to keep these things in mind as kind of like possibilities of what could happen in the early stages of, you know, a map, especially when someone specifically goes out their way to pick the map, which typically is going to be potentially having those RNG-ish elements added to it. Command sign just drops down already. Get that into position. So there's going to be a CC from both, so we are just going to Reaper into a command center, so both just going to take the larger map setup and actually just run with that for now, so that's not going to be too problematic just yet. Just going to be having the CC coming about, like I say. Get that on the way. And get this all set to go. There's a factory coming up from both players as well. Again, for early game TVT, this is not going to be all that surprising just yet, so things kind of looking more or less as they should right now. Starport coming around, the Cyclone is on its way up as well, so again we bring that into play for a few moments here. This orbital coming through, and again take a couple of moments to get this all settled down. Calm, peaceful, early game TVT. It's like I say, it can have that element to it. This is not super surprising. Like I say, you know, TVT can absolutely be dangerous, early can be volatile, but that doesn't mean that it has to be at the end of the day, right? Is the main thing to really note in those scenarios. Like, you know, TVT can just macro up, and right now we see already a third CC from Kira, so he's very happy to just go into a longer game himself. He's not going to be taking any risks against a player he's obviously feeling favored against. You could even argue maybe he doesn't need to take such a fast third, which I don't really disagree with. You probably don't need to take such a fast third CC, but it's also just very normal in the matchups. He's also just probably very confident in his ability to defend from this position as well. In which case, fair enough. If you're confident, if you're doing this a lot of the time in TVT, you kind of know how it works, you know how it kind of times out and everything, you know, go ahead and get it done. Go ahead, get it done. Millions of Reapers gather. It's going to see the Interference Matrix, so we're actually going to try and commit up here. I just don't think we have the DPS to get through a siege tank. And then we also just have the fact that there's going to be the auto turret as well, which just continues to push that in kind of the wrong direction. So, fortunately, that's not quite what we're looking for, I suppose, as an extra. I mean, I like the, you know, you get a Matrix off and it feels good. You try and take advantage of it and you try and go. I appreciate the commitment to just trying to send it right there, you know, but that was not really it, unfortunately. I see the Ravens continue to gather around, settling for a few moments. Orbital command, siege tank, the 1-1 upgrades all coming about. We got the extra barracks coming up on both sides. The upgrades are still very even across the board. We have got a third CC from Inexorable, so he's just getting that gathered up right now as well. That was my next question. My little bit of concern was that he was maybe just getting into a bit of an awkward spot, but he's a bit behind on that third orbital timing, but not too much so it seems fine for the moment at least. Tank's obviously going to be holding out defensively, so we are getting a big defensive setup here across the board at the moment. Seems to be the game plan, so play that defense, settle for a few moments. Kira, obviously he was looking to play this defense from the very beginning. That was not really too surprising to see, and we continue on now to see exactly where we take it. We have the 1-1 the stem continue to produce through, so that will be our next stage of this. Now we're going to see Q starting to move out, so I guess this is going to be our question. Is it time for Q to move out? Is it going to be okay for him? How exactly is this going to go? You see the auto turret's coming out on the other side, and we do deny combat shield, which is something, although I'm not going to go crazy over combat shield denial. It does make it a little bit tough for you to kind of jump in, because you would have had combat shield versus no combat shield, so now that you don't have that advantage, maybe you think twice about actually engaging here, where before it was just going to be a guarantee. So again, a few units over the right side, trying to stim down into this, but the tank secure, putting some work in. And Inexorable does not exactly have the greatest of times. He actually takes a bunch of damage. So a ton of damage taken, unfortunately. Going to be very pricey. He is killing SCV secure on the other side of the map. It's the Ravens. They're still over there and dealing a lot of, putting a lot of work in. But now they're out of energy, so that harassment is going to come to a close. As that harass comes to a close, we see the Ravens dropping down some auto turrets over here. Q is just still in control of Inexorable's main base. Drop a few auto turrets here. We have the tank on the low ground. The auto turrets really hold on for quite a while. I think the tank should be fine in the end, although Marines are still in the mineral line, so these tanks are all out of position from where they kind of need to be. Inexorable, fourth orbital coming online. McHugh has another round of reinforcements. I don't think the third base of Inexorable survives through this, because at the moment he's so caught up defending the main. There is nothing in position to defend this. Even if he saw it coming with the sensor tower, nothing is really here, and we can siege these tanks. The Marines that run in are not going to do a lot. We target down the Ravens. GG, well played. Kua is an extremely good TVT player, and there is no shame in losing a game of TVT to Kua. Inexorable just couldn't get enough going in his favor on that one, unfortunately. GG. GG's. That's going to be Inexorable dropping down. Kua takes his second map of the day, and we get to the halfway game. That's the map where we are halfway through the games of the day, guys. There's 15 best of ones. This is 7 best of ones complete. There's a series that's going to be game 8 next, and then we have 7 best of ones after that as well. So that will be the way of things. Get this going for you all in just a few moments as we figure out who our next player is going to be. Do, 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom I guess like I said, just waiting for our challenger to arrive. Try and get this on the way up. How's everyone doing? Let me know you're all feeling good. Appreciate you all hanging out with us. Do. Gonna be washout. There's gonna be some TVP. Boom. Ready, GG, and go. All right. It is going to be Vit Zaunfan. I'm trying to figure out who this is. I feel like I know who this is. I feel like they're not... I can't remember if this is actually someone's name. I remember casting them at some point. I was trying to figure out if this was someone else's name that they're just playing under, or if this was actually their name, and I was like, that's such a weird name to play under. In the top right, Vit Zaunfan is the challenger against Cure. And I would love to tell you guys more, but honestly, right now, I don't actually know. I know no further info, just currently, so... It's Azura, thank you. I was gonna say, I'm sure I've seen them in, like, events and stuff and so on, but... Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Alright, Azura. Someone that plays in a lot of tournaments. Has always been played in things for a long time. Not surprising to see him showing up with some OSC King of the Hill action, but will definitely be a Cure advantage here, you would imagine. So definitely going to have Cure as the favorite coming into this game 8 on today's King of the Hill action. Gonna see the probe shows up to be a little bit of an annoyance early. Just gonna be nibbling at the front door. Probe coming across, just going to be seeing the Nexus and the Cyber Core coming about. Probe continuing again, assimilating the pile on the way. Reaping the factory coming over as well. And it's going to be seeing pretty standard stuff right here. It's probably going to check around the side. Could also just be going to try and obviously make itself known here too. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Moving across for a couple seconds. It's going to hop into the main base. It's going to be having the little grenade going down. It's putting a little bit of pressure here for a few moments. The Reaper just gets poked back, so poke back, reposition a little bit, and we'll set up to go again. Reaper continues down that right-hand side. Again, Twilight Council is coming through, and the Reaper is in full retreat mode. But the setup from Azura seeming pretty regular at the moment. Nothing really too surprising about how he's approaching this. Seems very reasonable thus far. Yeah, a couple of Widow Mines out the front to protect the command center that's coming up. Secure, just trying to be nice and safe here where possible. As SCVs gather in for a couple of moments, so again, pulling around with that just for a moment or two. You have that blink coming up. And have the two Reapers together are going to dive into this main base and look for a chance to maybe deal some damage here. Let's see what happens. Reapers will continue to look for another entry point, so again, trying to find whatever position they can to make something of this at the moment. Reapers peel over back to that right side, so stepping over there for a couple seconds and trying to see what our next angle of attack is going to be. The couple of Stalkers just going to deny the Reapers. Yeah, I've got the medevac drop came through, but pretty well defended actually. Didn't get much. 2 probes and a Stalker dead. Most importantly is that the medevac obviously gets to stay alive through that. That's almost always a very powerful situation. Twilight Council still coming about. A couple of Reapers going to make their way one more time here as we come across. So again, trying to see what we can do. Actually have the Widow Mines coming back in for round 2. It's going to be nice. 2 probes off the first mine. We re-burrow. You can get one more probe each. Blink is done, right? So connecting onto a Stalker doesn't really make a lot of sense. Actually going to get one more probe, which is great. And 2 mines still alive. Sakura's already just doing a fantastic job just with the mine drop. You know, even just the mine drop is kind of going his way right now, just to really exemplify just how good a starting point he's having in these early stages. A couple of Reapers peel out. Again, a couple of Stalks come back around themselves. More of the Forge and some extra pieces coming around. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1. Be making their way through also currently, as I just have medevac a couple mines over in the main base, just hanging around for a few moments as well. The mines are back in town. Trying to, obviously, I mean, the Stalker would be ideal, because if the Stalker gets targeted, should be able to blink away. Still one Widow Mine in that medevac. I mean, this is just, it's just painful to see that this is still a thing, right? Because at this point, it's a big problem. It is a big, big problem that this is still very much so a bit of harassment that should have just been dealt with a long time ago. We've seen no pressure on the map at all from Azura either, right? So without being able to be on the map at all, this becomes very difficult very quickly, and you can see why, because you're not putting any pressure on the Terran. Terran is kind of having their way with you with their own harassment, and you're not really fighting back, unfortunately, as the Bio meets a Stalker that gets too far forward even, and that obviously is a good time as well. So also a successful couple moments. Now the army moving across Azura, looking for a defense here as Kua moves in position on the other side. So away we go. big shove in. Like I say, I'm not expecting this to be a successful situation for Zero, because this just felt like too much happened too early on to really recover from. It does seem to be staying in that kind of direction as well, as you just see the Immortals and Stalkers gather. Push in a little bit, the bio hanging back in the top right side. The medevac is still there, by the way. Kira in this game has lost 2 mines and a marine. He's killed 2,300 resources. So he lost 2 of the harassing mines and a marine. And he's now pushed into the 3rd base and denied it. And now he's going to lose an SCV. 4th unit loss of the game for Kira. His 5th a Marauder. Ridiculous. This Zealot's attack has done more in this entire game than everything else Azura has. It's actually crazy. Well, Kira just brings everything back and we gather it back in. There's going to be a couple Widow Mine shots playing defense out on the other side. Spire still back down the bottom. A couple of the Zealots are going to looking to charge through as well. See if they can get up to anything particularly fun here. I honestly just feels as though Kira just pushes and wins. As unexciting as it is to cast it like that, I mean, this is a game of dominance. 3,100 resources lost to 1,025. This is the definition of stim and win. And A moving. Honestly, the A move kind of sucks because of the tank. Marines in the back stuck behind the force fields. But there's just no reason for Kira to put further effort into it. Like, this is just a done deal. Probo goes down. GG, says Azura. And Kira takes his 3rd of the day. As Kira brings a little bit of momentum to the action a day. Getting a little bit of damage done across the course of these matches. Definitely finding some wins pretty speedily. As he will go into a 3-0 position. Obviously, again, talking about the 3-0 instance of he's won 3 games so far on the day in this King of the Hill. Lovely. Alrighty, guys. We'll see who the next challenger is for map. I lost track of the maps now. 9? Or was that 8? No, that was 8. We're on to 9 now, yes. Okay. On to 9 now. Oh, it's going to be a good one as well. We're going to hop to the Korean server. It's going to be Bjorn as the new challenger coming up against Kira. Hey, what's up, Mr. BDZZ? Thank you so much for the fresh subscription. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Thanks so much for subscribing and helping the StarCraft go. Guys, we have once again had the sub count drip below. Wait, why is my freaking logo on? What happened here? I had that on all day. I literally turned all of these off earlier. Did none of that save? Oh my god, that's so annoying. So weird. This is obviously OSC King of the Hill, guys, not WardiTV 2026, just in case the logo confused anyone. But yes, we're going to be heading into Bjorn versus Kira. So Bjorn, the new challenger, it is going to heat up a little bit as we get towards the final matches, the second half now of today's King of the Hill. Waiting for them to pick their maps and so guys, if you are enjoying the stream, do consider hitting the sub button on Twitch. Use your primes if you've got a prime sub available. We're trying to get above 500 and hopefully actually stay above 500. If you've been watching the stream the last few days, you'll know we've been on a pretty constant attempt to do this. Sometimes we getting towards that kind of breakthrough point on the sub count. It's just difficult to stay above sometimes, so we've been battling on that one, so help us out with a prime sub. So if you can, I greatly appreciate if you do. Of course, if you're on the YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe as well. Greatly appreciate that also. Thanks so much if you choose to check that out. We are just waiting for the invite, which just came through. At Eternity's Edge, going to be here for this TVT. Bjorn against Kira, OSC King of the Hill style. Kira just started playing these King of the Hills. Bjorn is one of the highest winning players of all time in the King of the Hill. He has 219 maps won in King of the Hill, trailing only Christiana at 255 and Spirit at 267, which is obviously pretty nuts. Bjorn is the all-time record holder for the longest win streak in the King of the Hill as well, at 22 wins, and he has been crowned the king at the end of the day the most time, as at 26. So Bjorn is kind of the King of the Hill legend across the board, across all the stats. He's definitely the one with the numbers behind him, but he comes in as the challenger for a difficult match here, because battling Kira is not going to be easy, even for Bjorn. As these two get ready to get their TVTs on in just a few moments. Bjorn in the top left will be our red Terran player. Kira in the bottom right will be our blue Terran player. Alrighty, guys. See what Kira and Bjorn want to get up to. Is going to be a little bit of a slow start, it seems. Nothing too much happening just yet. It's just a depot at the front. Oh, wow! Command center first. Now, CC first is actually pretty interesting. It's not really something you typically go into in TVT. I mean, obviously it's a bit cheaper now, so the theory, I guess, is that, you know, you can now kind of get away with this. You can't get punished as much because it's a bit cheaper to do, so you just have the defense that you need. Am I a big believer in that? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I've seen Bjorn do this a couple times already, actually. He's not the first time he's cracked out the CC first, but I'm excited to see what Q does. But the thing is Q is not scouting, so this is the ideal scenario. If A, your opponent's not being blindly aggressive into you, and B, your opponent's not scouting, well, if they're not scouting, brilliant, you know? Like, this doesn't really get much better than that. So that's actually very good. Because then Q can't really do anything about it. He can't respond to this. He can't, you know, come in with something aggressive as like, oh, okay, right, well, let's do that. Yeah, puts you in a bit of a weird spot. Bit of a weird spot. Like I said, Kyo's going to have no idea, and he's going to go... What Kyo will have is still some Reaper Hellion pressure, and there should be no way... I mean, Kyo went reactor first, so him going reactor first at least now gives him a lot of Reapers very quickly. Just, is it going to have given Bjorn already too much time to kind of prep up against this and to be ready for it, or what is the dealio going to be? These two Reapers just taking the Watchtower for a few moments. Obviously, the first Hellion coming across to join them in a second as well, so we will have some good combined usage very soon of this. I do want to go though. Like, sitting here is not going to be favorable for you at all long term. As Q, you got to go and take advantage of having these units, and it's going to be 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions that he goes with. I mean, it might be waiting for this amount of units is good. Bjorn has 2 Reapers and a Hellion, about to be 3rd Reaper. SCVs just have to retreat away, so there's immediately going to be 4 SCVs down, so Bjorn punished already for the choices that he's made, the greed that he chose to go for. So far not benefiting. 8 SCVs down. Now we're down a few workers as Bjorn, so already that command center first is not going to pay for itself. That said, Cure is still currently heading in toward the expansion. Like, he's not finished his CC on the natural yet, but a 4-worker lead, he should absolutely be able to catch up on that. It's absolutely starting to look as though it's going to be fine and dandy and all the rest of it. It is looking very reasonable at the moment for Q. Bjorn Raven on the way. Obviously now going to start attacking. But Q actually has a medevac, a tank, and I'm actually a little bit afraid that if Q just sends it, he's going to be almost unstoppable for Bjorn with just what Bjorn is working with. Not sure he's going to have enough at all, actually. That's going to be kind of tough. I guess we will see. A couple of Reapers in the Hellion try and move out. This medevac goes over, though, and like I say, I'm not sure Bjorn is necessarily going to have what he needs here to try and make this work. Cyclone locks on. I mean, obviously the tank zones, right? So, I still think this is pretty good for you as the the aggressive player as Kira. I mean, worker count gets evened out though, so it's gonna be equal workers now. Bjorn did not do anything across the map with a couple of units that he was bringing around, so that didn't go anywhere. Kira is still pushing aggressively though, which is obviously pretty good sign for him to, again, just be getting in position and doing things. However, now auto turrets come down. Bjorn doesn't siege up. He's going to go for a single damage output, and he is going to break through the tank. So Bjorn is going to get a breakthrough on the attempted aggression from Kua. Doesn't lose a tank in that process either, which is probably best case scenario he could have been looking at there, I would say. Yeah, I think that's extremely good for you, obviously. I think anything... killing 2 tanks and not losing a tank is almost always an amazing trade. And obviously Bjorn's in the position that he kind of needs some better trades than his opponent, so definitely puts him back into a bit of a better spot, a little deeper on the corner. We'll see this drop, but we'll just go down. It doesn't seem as though too much else will necessarily come from that. Vikings actually now coming across as well, as Bjorn is going to get the medevac. We do unload the siege tank at least. Do we possibly get anything else to join us here? Just wondering if Kira has any more units on the way soon. A couple more Viking shots coming around. A few more hits coming into place. Just going to be seeing the hits going down. The Vikings getting chased. I mean, we're going to drop the auto turrets onto the tank here already, which is going to absorb the tank shot in the background. Wow, that auto turret was amazing. Bjorn just winning these fights through and through. It's not even close, you know? Like, he is absolutely dominating on these trades. So that has been absolutely huge for him. And Kua ends up in a very difficult position from there. Both players have double starport, by the way. So if Kua's just trying to push off double starport, I mean, he's now expanding behind it, but Bjorn already has a 3rd CC. Crazy. What a well-played game from Bjorn if this actually goes his way in the end. Which, right now, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Obviously, it's still close. I mean, I guess why it wouldn't be, because it's actually too close to really call. I suppose is the actual just answer on that, so. It's just gathering. A couple moments, the Vikings, the lib, setting as well. And decide what we will do next in this game, but feels as though Kira is going to hang back. I don't hate that. He's obviously lost a couple trades in a row. Anytime you lose a couple trades in a row, it's always going to feel a lot better just to sit back and actually just kind of rebuild up again. Because I think there's definitely a thing of like, oh, I'm just trying to force the issue a little bit too much here, right? So yeah, I'm big into the approach of just let's actually just slow it down, fall back a little bit, and just let this scenario kind of resettle itself instead of, like I say, forcing an issue which is seemingly only getting worse as you attempt to fix it at the moment. It's never a good sign when you're trying to fix it and it gets worse for you. It's generally a negative. So a lot of air units, like I say, double stop from both early means it's kind of a weird one as well because both players have high air unit counts. It is higher from Q than it is for Bjorn. Bjorn is still building those workers, though, so it's not like he's given up on... building those Vikings, so it's not like he's given up on air control. It's just that it's a constant fight that we're playing with at the moment still. Vikings and Ravens patrolling around. We see a couple scans coming in. Big map out Eternity's Edge. If this ends up in a longer kind of phase of the TVT, this definitely is very viable to end up being kind of just a very long game in general, right? Like, TVT has that potential, and I definitely think the setups of right now, it's so difficult to kind of want to be the aggressor in the mirror matchup. There is one thing that's beneficial to being the aggressor, and that is going to be kind of map positioning. And TVT is a very positional matchup, so actually, like, there is a benefit. It's not all just like, well, actually, you'd rather defend. But at the same time, defending is very easy in TVT, because you have all the tanks, you can take all the positions yourself, and so being on the map aggressively is great and all, but then it doesn't naturally just mean you're going to find openings. You're still going to have to work hard to find those chances. We fly in here, the Ravens go down very quickly. Anti-armor missile did go off, though. Is that enough to shred things into Bjorn's favor in the skies? Doesn't look like. I think he's just so heavily outmassed, it's not going to matter, but it looks like he's winning big time on the ground. So there is a benefit here in the grand scheme of this one. There is something which is got in the way of Beyond the ground fight, so he's going to be up 2 tanks, a few Marines, down 6 Vikings. It's very even supply overall. Overall, very, very even, but too close to really count it one way or the other right now. Kira's going to pull further back, give up a little bit of the middle map position he was holding on to, and he was holding the middle of the map previously. Like, he was kind of big on just keeping that held. As we see the Vikings getting a few shots off, the medevacs starting to go down. Again, making use of the air control, actually just aggressively chasing medevacs is so far been very effective. Very effective indeed. Tank siege up once again. I mean, like I say, Bjorn is going to be the aggressor and will benefit from basically being the aggressive player and being in position. That means that if Kua messes up, that's what it really comes down to. If Kua messes up, Bjorn can essentially be like, okay, well, I'm in position to take advantage of that. But you're also on the downside of being out on the map is risky. It's going to put your army out of position if Kua gets into the right sort of fights as well. So that's also going to be a problem. A lot of different ways to look at this right now, guys. It is not an easy, just, you know, straightforward sort of answer in the slightest, is the reality of this. Not in the slightest. Now, Army of Bjorn comes back around into the center again, trying to break the 3-map winning streak that Q has gotten into so far on this OSC King of the Hill day. Another few Marines going to come around that bottom left-hand side. Gather for a little bit, just going to be having me, again, Marines moving around. There's a little run around over here, I think was actually pretty cool attempt from Q. I mean, again, you want to try and keep some activity on the map in these scenarios, so finding opportunities here and there is never going to be a bad thing. Huge amounts of army looking at one another. Bjorn, Q, both seemingly happy to try and set into this. Just going to be seeing the Army of Bjorn again being the one on the map that is taking position, and so far looking as though it has a higher chance of being successful. Through once again, just have the Vikings though going to be controlling again. Q has maintained the air control throughout the game, and that is a big deal. Air control, massive, and you're seeing exactly why right now, because that air control is able to put so much work in for you. And now once again, as he holds with good air control and so on the other side, bam, goes back across onto the other side of the map and is just there being aggressive, running in. And now Bjorn, out of position to deal with this, has to pull all the way back to be able to handle it. Not ideal, running around silly just to, you know, get on top of these scenarios. And he's going to be down a ton of SCV, so this has been an expensive trade for sure so far. Minus 14 workers, Bjorn not exactly with a lot of money banked up either, so really not looking great there, unfortunately. Bjorn definitely has fought back in the air control. It's 19 Vikings each. There's still a few libs up from Cure, though, so there's still a little bit of complication there. Let's get forward. Bjorn with his own little counterattacks, and again, that's the excitement of this TVT matchup. This is the kind of TVT where when people complain about TVT, you put it in a matchup like this and you're like, well, really? Because this is not just sit back, camp it out, and see what happens. This is a lot of movement. Every position that gets taken gets undone in some way. Like, both players are continuing to fight back for control of the game pretty much constantly. Very fun, exciting, entertaining StarCraft continues to pour on out of this one. Bjorn and Kira definitely delivering for us so far. Medivacs down the right side. Bjorn gonna try and find a drop in, which, if you get there, absolutely sure. Let's see it, but let's see. The one Medivac makes it around. Get the feeling that's probably not going to be quite exactly what we wanted there. Probably wanted a little more. Let's be, I think, realistic on that front. Few Marines. I mean, at least we get in and we distract and take some attention from Cure for a little bit, if nothing else. So it was genuinely a positive there for a little while. Again, +2 vehicle plating coming around, bringing that through. 3-3 coming up also. Big army collecting from Bjorn in the center. I mean, here is obviously very well spread out now as well across the course of this year's looking pretty reasonable. Just a lot of units patrolling in the skies. Every fight is so dangerous in these situations. Every fight is so dangerous, and these players seem to know it as well. At this point, it's just difficult to find the positions to attack into. And so you end up in this kind of constant state of just waiting to see. I suppose, like, you don't really want to be the player to make a move. Your opponent doesn't really want to be the guy to make a move. There's so much defender's advantage going on right now. It's like I say, super difficult to commit to truly kind of being like, hey, I'm just going to fight you, you know? Bjorn's taking the gold base, which is nice. Resources lost in this game is a little bit favorable to Kua. It's pretty close overall, though. It's the sort of difference where it's like 1 or 2 fights, even, well, just one fight's going to swing that heavily if someone gets a slight edge, so it's really not, it's not super crazy just yet, basically, put it like that. It's not out of control, I suppose, let's say. It's not an out of control situation. But beyond having the gold base is great. It's just, I mean, that's a base that Q is not mining. The only base is not mined on the map right now, the top right. And that is for both players. So that is just a base that Bjorn is getting that Kira is not. So long term, if Bjorn can mine that base out fully, and then Kira never kind of mines the base over, like, that's a big issue. And gold base is mined out quick, so that's a lot of minerals that Bjorn is capitalizing for himself. Now, gas is important in this matchup for the tanks and so, but obviously it's very marine versus marine heavy. So minerals really do kind of play out to be king for a big part of this. Time for the Vikings gather back around. Settling for a few moments here. +3 ship weapons, +3 plating. Both coming up as well. SUV's going down. Scans everywhere, by the way. Both players just kind of really getting a look at each other. Isn't this massively in Bjorn's favor for gold? Yeah, I really do think so. I mean, it's just a base that his opponent doesn't have. That said, it's a base that can be attacked into easily, so Kyo should be putting pressure in to deny it, but yeah, there's no way that that's not just advantageous so far, right? Like, ain't no one gonna be telling you otherwise on that. I mean, we're gonna lose the gold here. At the same time, though, like, as difficult as it's been for Bjorn to defend the gold base, it's gonna be difficult for his opponent to also just hold the gold base themselves. The fact that Bjorn had this for any amount of time is massively beneficial. Goes a long way to helping him, like I say, maintain a lead in this game, no doubt. Set up on the gold for a couple of moments. See where we go next. There is Kyo taking this base already. Bjorn's going to try and retake control of the bottom left-hand side. Going to mass order turret at the moment. His army is Raven, Viking. And that's what Kyo has heading to as well. A couple libs mixed in. Right now, Bjorn has significantly more Vikings and significantly more Ravens. If this is truly just an air fight, then you got to kind of like it for Bjorn, because in that regard, I think he is definitely looking pretty solid. So everything moving around for a few more moments. Taking a couple seconds. Just to settle. This Raven force patrolling. I mean, again, you got to be very careful picking your fights. Bjorn has the better initiative on taking the fight because of the map air control, but it's not the be-all and end-all, you know? It's not the be-all and end-all, that's for sure. More units just gathering up, just going to be seeing this little bit of a push around. Where are we going to go from here? A couple more tanks in the bottom just hitting again. Just lots of little trades, lots of little pickoffs being made. Fighting over position with the air control and everything as well, and, you know, fighting against the static defense. Just a lot of that continue to be brought up over the course of these next few minutes. I mean, that is pretty much going to be a lot of what continues to happen here as well, almost no doubt. At this current point in time, another Liberator gets sieged up. Again, air control from Bjorn means he should be able to do a good amount with the Liberators, I would imagine, but I guess let's still see where we go. All of missile turrets will fire their way through onto this. You're just going to be seeing, again, the static defense is something we have to try and chip through. Talk about resource loss, it's still about 3k in favor of Kyo. So Kyo still has that resource loss advantage. That's just persisting through this game at the moment still. And it's not really something we're getting rid of as Bjorn. But again, that's kind of fine, although Kyo is now going to try and be the one to take the gold. Kyo has been a bit faster to mine from this position as well, so there are downsides to this too. Before ourselves in, a couple Liberator shots going to get after some SCVs. This tank is just trying to play a bit of denial on the attempted static defense that Bjorn is building. So Bjorn is building static defense next to a base that's coming up from Kyo. The Viking has to land. It was just a bit silly. In terms of resources in the bank, both players have a lot, so neither player is really kind of starved for resources or anything here just yet, so that part is absolutely seeming reasonable. A lot more units gathering. I don't know how many times I've ran across and had a look at some like Vikings that just freaking sat there doing their thing, you know, just patrolling away, or a bunch of Ravens and so on. It's a lot of what's happening in this game, though. I can tell you that is that much for free. There's a lot of that going on right now. And then we siege up in position on this right-hand side. We're going to go back and forth with a few units. 25-minute marker now, still potentially a very long way to go in this map. Raven's going to get back to patrolling one more time. Again, just keeping them busy. Again, Kyo had a lot of money banked. Bjorn's army composition, 6 more Vikings, 3 more Ravens. He's down a lot of tanks though. But then there's not as much he really needs to do with tanks anymore compared to before, so I guess that's kind of a factor as well. It's going to start moving through, but auto turrets coming down. We are going to see this fight happening. Bjorn seems to be getting the better shots off. Just need to be careful about those auto turrets though. Doesn't want to let them do too much damage to his air army if he's just sat back and not quite being careful, right? So bit of concern to be had there as the Vikings step through again. A bit more damage coming over. A few shots coming straight around. Ravens coming up, plus 3 vehicle weapons coming online also here for a couple moments. Settle back down. The Vikings pulling away. And again, the other units from Bjorn patrolling into the center still. Big move to the bottom left-hand side. Liberators will siege, SCVs, mules are going to get kept back. A couple missile turrets will see what they can do. Tank is already sieging. Good interference matrix, and the tanks put some good work in that missile turret taking damage as well. Big moment here as the Vikings are going to start clashing into each other. A couple of turrets coming down. We refresh the anti-arm missile from Bjorn. Still has the Raven advantage. 8-3 is a big deal at the moment. Resources lost still in Kira's favor though by about 6k, and him mining more of this gold base now becomes a problem for Bjorn in the late stages. You can see that Kira has a lot of money spare in the bank and Bjorn does not. So Bjorn really needs to see success over these next few moments. He needs these Ravens to make the difference in the efficiency in these fights. Is it enough? I mean, he is winning this fight now, and Kira maybe realizes that a little bit too late for himself even. So recognizing that when it might already be too far gone. Vikings, Ravens continue to shoot around, take a couple seconds, still move about. Trying to see what we can do. The Vikings, the Ravens all gathered up, tanks are firing as well. Bjorn takes a 50 supply lead, but Kira can just rebuild. I mean, he's got the money, it's just going to take a while to rebuild. So Bjorn needs to get something done in this time period. Try to make a bit of a deal breaker for himself. I want to say kind of now or never, really, and it does kind of feel like that a little bit as units gather up. Just going to be seeing the Vikings, the Ravens join in there as well. A couple Liberators still sieged. Finery will go down. Again, trying to deny this gold base. Bjorn winning that previous fight, and actually does have a pretty good amount of it does have a pretty good amount of resources behind it now. So Bjorn started buying a whole lot more, maybe just because he didn't have to replenish as much on that previous fight. It was that good for him. Gold is very close to dropping. I mean, this is a lot of resources spent trying to repair that base as well from Q's point of view. About to hit the 30-minute mark, guys. We're locked into this current position. Bjorn is slow pushing his way further forward here. All the turrets down. Has to be careful of the missile turrets, but he's got to tank that edge to just a little bit closer. A few more shots coming out. The Liberators are trying to make their way in. Bjorn has to fight back. He can't let the Liberators do too much damage. So he's trying to be very careful about that, not letting the Liberators do too much splash. Now do you actually pull a few Vikings off to deal with the couple libs here that are sieged? The answer is apparently no. Those Liberators putting work in. However, I believe Q just lost complete air control. He's going to be down, like, he's going to build 10 Vikings at a time, but he just lost every Viking almost. So it's a massive rebuild necessary from Q, and there is the swing in the resources lost to this game. It is now equal resources lost. We have tied up what was previously a major issue. So we fixed that part of the problem from Bjorn. Big fights have been kind of going his way for a little while now. Not too surprised to see that kind of evening out a little bit. See that Planetary Fortress taking a few more shots of damage still as well. Tanks staying sieged on it for the moment. And sieging the SCVs are here to fight. It's a good unsiege. Bjorn wants to mine from this gold. The siege tanks of QS say no. There's gas, a heavy amount of gas on this base as well, 3,000 gas. So if anyone was to win this position, that'd be massive. Bjorn going to lose the top left, which is kind of a big deal because eventually he does need a mine from this. It's not like he'll never mine from it right now. It's just something he needs to try and work on. And a couple of Ravens on the way on both sides. Has the Viking count fully come back from Cure? Yeah, he's up to 29. Still not quite the 41 that Bjorn is working with, though. It'll take a few moments. Figure out what the next step of this will look like. Again, 11 SCVs went down. Top right, we're going to build a command center. I love that from Q. Try and steal some resources from your opponent. We've just talked about how Q has maybe not been the most efficient throughout this game at points, right? You know, in the last few fights, obviously for a long time he was more efficient, but in the last few fights, not so much. That matters a lot less as well if you're then going to just take a base off your opponent. You know, if that base is meant to be Bjorn's and you now mine from it instead, that is then very, very good for you. So still a big fight over this gold in the bottom left-hand side. So again, putting a lot of focus onto that. A lot of the units just gathering up together still, just staring this position down, figuring out what we're going to do. We're going to actually take another fight here. Bjorn believing in his air control. There are Liberators besieged. There's more for Bjorn to kill with his Liberators than on the opponent's side. Bjorn is desperate for gas, by the way. He has mined out of gas, while Q still has 3k to rebuild with. So losing this fight from Bjorn is really bad for him, and the air control is so similar. A couple of Thors mixed in. The Liberators are going to come through, just siege up a bit further forward as well, but I don't think Bjorn's getting this. Q is winning this trade out. Bjorn being out of gas is an absolute killer, and Q mining the gas on the top right is massive. Bjorn putting attention onto this gold-based gas, but not actually going to get a hold of it, is massive as well. And that looks as though Q might have just broken through, because that is a major trade at this point in time. Thor shots coming down, a couple of libs. Gonna see at least this Thor will go down. Still very close, but again, Bjorn needs this gas that he's mining. These gases mined out. These gases mined out. He has no gas income around the map because we just removed gas from the map. You know, we minus 500 gas off of every base overall since the start of the patches. So Bjorn is completely out of gas a lot sooner. This means that this base is super important, and he has this should have been Bjorn's gas here, but Bjorn gave up this position to fight over the gold. Remember that, because that actually might be game defining a bit further down the line, that he gave up this base to fight over the gold. He needs to defend this gold. He needs both these gases. And to be fair, there's 2,500 gas here, so maybe that is the more gas that's available. But you consider that Q has 1,500 gas here, and then, okay, he's actually mined out top right, because he was mining that base a lot longer too. Okay. Well, now we're building 16 Marines at a time from Bjorn because he can't do much else. The thing is, Q is about to be in the exact same place. Who's going to have more Vikings? Well, it's going to be Q. However, can Bjorn win this with the Marine-focused army? I'll tell you what's hilarious. Bjorn is maybe one of the best players about playing with kind of like anti kind of style. And what I mean by an anti-style is he was one of the very best at always playing without the kind of support you're meant to have in like TVT. Like sometimes he would go against the kind of the whole air control thing and so on. It's messy though. Those Marines do not do well. He can't really afford Marauders either, and that's the problem as well probably. But he might be able to take this base off of Q while mining the bottom left. Q is not putting any attention down there at the moment. Minerals left on this base, but again, gas is what matters, and the gas is mined out. Q is also going to have to build a lot of Marines here soon. As Bjorn lets a few Marines wander forward. Liberators are so frustrating at this point. He's going to take this base off of Q. Big attention swing to the upper right. Army supplies are very close together. 16 Marines, a Thor and a couple of Medivacs building through. The extra Vikings are coming up. A couple more Liberator shots hitting those tanks as well. Resource loss is now 62k apiece, guys. It is very close. A few moments here. We knock these rocks down. The Marine tank going to stem across to the right side. Missile turrets in trouble. Tank's going to get jumped on. The Thor's beginning to go down. Big moment from Bjorn as he breaks through on the ground. We don't have enough to hold these Marines off. So Bjorn's Marine count currently finding value, and that's huge at this moment. Any moment right now where his mineral units find value is going to be massive. Comes around here, has to get rid of another tank, which he does. This is an orbital of Cure, which we're going to try and get rid of. Bjorn loses the bottom left, though. The gold base falls with about 2,000 gas left on it, because the other refinery has about the same amount available as well. Orbital just going to reposition a little bit, try and land over here. Bottom left side, Marines trying to poke into a planetary. That is going to live for the moment from Bjorn. Bjorn is desperate to get this gas back. 1,000 gas available on this location. Q has so many minerals left, though. I think Q just mined a bit too much more, as now Bjorn is long distance mining the minerals off. I mean, that's nice, don't get me wrong, but it's also not the issue. I think the gas is the problem. If Q Atlantean gets gas to support the 4,000 minerals he has, yeah, I mean, it's been such a swing based on that bottom left gold base. Bunch more Marines coming up from Bjorn. Missile turret coming up from Kua. Marines are going to fight. I mean, like I say, Bjorn is going to get the top. He needs to take these refineries. He needs to get that gas mining. Q is going to do that on the bottom, and that is just going to... I mean, Bjorn needs minerals as well, though, right now. Q has so many resources left to mine still. Massive push forward from Bjorn. There's only a couple of tanks here. He does overwhelm this army in kind of a big way. If he can get rid of the tanks, he's just going to crush through it. And that's Bjorn's current advantage, is that his army comp is actually better. Like, it's funny. Kira has 37 Vikings. How many Vikings were lost in this game? 112 to 139. So Kira lost like 30 more Vikings, but he's also built 35 Vikings more than that as well. And that actually, I wonder if that actually becomes kind of game changing, because has Kira built like a massive round of Vikings that are just unnecessary at the very end of this game? Like, because these Vikings, they kind of need to land. No? They need to land and do something. Fascinating that we're now in this kind of mineral battle at this point of the action. Absolute crazy business as we have Marines are going to stim in. The Vikings have landed. Big moment right here as we need to push through this as beyond the tanks are putting in some work. And we've got more Marines streaming across. There's one Liberator left over. It is going to go down. There's a Thor remaining, and Vikings are not going to get the job done as Bjorn pushes through this. He's mining in the upper right, although... Oh no, that's his own Liberator. He's going to mule it up. Right now, do we even need gas anymore? I'm shouting about gas. Gas might be gone. Resource loss swings 6k in Bjorn's favor because that Viking fleet was completely wasted. Bjorn ended up switching away from the air to a point where the air didn't matter a cure, and wow. As we're about to hit the 40-minute marker, Bjorn at 114 supply, Cure at 74. Bjorn is going to take the bottom left, and with this comes the gases, right? I mean, you got to be careful about your minerals too, though. Oh, Kyo's just going to say GG. Sees the top right belongs to Bjorn. He knows he can't take it anymore. GG. TVT's a really good matchup, guys. I know we had some moments where just flying around the center and stuff, but like, TVT's a really good matchup. Bjorn will come out of the Korean TVT and will be able to advance into the next round. Map 10 of the day. We've got 15 maps in total, so 6 maps remaining to today's King of the Hill. We'll get into our next one in a few moments' time and see who the challenger for Bjorn will be. Alrighty. Alrighty. Guess what, guys? More StarCraft coming up. What? I know, crazy. Fire is going to be up next. There's going to be some PvT. French Protoss is going to try and challenge the Korean Terran Bjorn. As Q's run comes to an end at 3 wins. Bjorn starts his. How far will he go? Can he be crowned the king at the end of the day? He needs to win 6 more maps to do so. We'll get this one ready to go in just a few moments, guys. Fire and Bjorn will be coming up very, very soon. $40-minute games, $7. Yeah, but think of the potential. Now Bjorn can win another $7.50 in the next match. You know? You know who can't win $7.50 in the next game? Yeah, you guessed it. It is in fact Cure, because you lost. Alright, guys, we will get going soon. Alrighty, yeah, like I said, just waiting for Bjorn and Fire to figure out that map. I'll get this on the way and get this sorted out. In just a few moments, and it'll be TVP up next, guys. Do I have names of other players you might play today? Nope, I'm not in charge of that. I'm not in charge of the picking the players or anything. It's all done through OSC. I'm just here to cast the games. Do, 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry guys, my glasses are messing me up lately. New glasses. Left eye, some days it's just like not having a good time. Gotta shake it off. Alright, I think Beyond's just BRB. Or something. I mean, he just played a 40-minute game, to be fair. I suppose we can allow the man to be BRB a few moments, but just a few. Don't want to get any ideas that he's actually got free time or something, you know? Don't get any ideas. Who won? Bjorn. Bjorn is going to be playing Fire up next. Bjorn Fire. Coming on up. Well, nothing wrong with a few moments of calm before the storm of another game. Looks as though Björn is now here, so it looks as though we were just AFK a few minutes after a long game. Cool, we'll head into the TVP. And get this ready to kick off in a moment. Yo, donation plus or minus something on the £25. Let me open my stream element so I can read that properly. Man, I miss the days when we just had the donations popped up through... it had like a little dashboardy thing. It was very cool. It's not a sub, but money's money. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Plus minus something. I mean, that's £25 is a lot more generous than a subscription. So greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the StarCraft do today, supporting the casting. Thank you very much indeed. I guess just as we load in, obviously, guys, if you do enjoy and want to be awesome, then do consider supporting the channel. You can donate, like just plus minus something just did. You can also subscribe, use your Prime subs as well if you've got them available. And don't forget, you can also support the channel by liking, following, and obviously on the YouTube subscribing as well. Where are we at on the YouTube subs? I'll take us in game in 1 second, guys. I won't let you miss anything. I just want to check where we're at on YouTube subs. We are at 49,836. So the countdown to 50k YouTube subs is very real. We are getting very, very close, so help us out with that. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for hanging out and listening in with us, guys. I appreciate you all. Appreciate you all. All right, it's time for another game in the bottom right-hand side. Our challenger does have an early probe on the map. I said I wouldn't let you guys miss anything. Then Aragfire instantly was sending something across the map, like, ah! As we get this on the go. It is Aragfire bottom right, Björn upper left, Barracks coming down, Gateway being proxied by Aragfire in the natural. Getting this on the way. What's up, Shaky Squirrel? Thank you so much for using your 2-month resub on the Prime. Mostly Innocent Bystander, the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Thanks for the consistent content. Thank you so much for supporting it. Appreciate it. OSC is a non-profit that organizes a lot of tournaments. Yeah, the OSC system is super cool. If you guys don't know about OSC, let me give you a little intro. First of all, you can check all of it out on sc2online.com. They have a full website to follow the whole system. But OSC is a tournament series that runs throughout the year, and at the end of each year has the OSC Championship. But basically, they also partner with a bunch of tournaments all year long. For example, OSC sponsor the WardiTV Mondays. And so WardiTV Mondays give out OSC points. So everyone gathers OSC points through the year. The more OSC points you have, the more, the higher in the rankings you stand, the further in the rankings you stand, the further in the OSC Championship you get to begin. Some players start guaranteed top 6 because it's not just about the OSC Championship, it's about the season all year long. So yeah, they run a lot of events of their own. They partner with a ton of events to give out points as well. So you can check all of that out at sc2online.com is their homepage. 100% worth checking out. We've been covering the OSC Championship since, like, I want to say this year might be my 10th OSC Championship. If it's not my 10th, it's my 9th. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. But OSC are a big part of the StarCraft 2 scene. They do a lot to bridge the gap for players. You know when everyone always said we need more stepping stones towards like WCS Challenger and WCS Premier and all of this and so on? OSC has been that system for a long time, and nowadays it obviously just covers for a lot of pro play. They also support a lot of tournaments that are for, you know, the up-and-coming players. They have their OSC Rising Star, which is specifically for players that don't have like a top X performance. So it's just a great chance for them to show themselves. Yeah, OSC does a lot of very cool things and has done a lot to benefit over a long period of time. As this reactor dies, gets rebuilt as a tech lab, and actually is going to be a Zealot kind of trapped in the base. That's funny because now the SCVs can kind of help against it. It guarantees you will actually be able to get that kill. You are going to see the SCV is going to recommit through. We're going to kill the Zealot on the bottom and top side of this. And that means we should be able to repair this tech lab. Oh, we don't kill this Zealot, which is unfortunate. 1 HP, it gets away. Tech lab finishes though. Now the Cyclone on the way through as Björn begins to defend against this aggression at the moment. All right. We get to reset a little bit then. That was a little scary, but I think well handled by Björn. Kind of funny seeing the, like I say, the tech lab coming back in the way it did, because I actually really do think that made quite a big difference at the end of it all as well. Able to do very well there in terms of blocking, and so gonna come back over, just gonna see that Prism continue to come through as well for a couple of moments. Gonna see what else is going on. You can see the siege tank continue to come around, and it can take a couple moments, but nothing super crazy happening just yet, because at this point we've got the prism that shows up, but I think Bjorn's going to be able to defend that. Now what's going to be crazy is, obviously this is a proxy robo, sorry I didn't show that, but it is out on the map. So there is the robo over here. The immortal showing up, I think, is when this gets really aggressive and really interesting, because that's when you can really maybe start trying to break through this. When the tank gets set up, the Cyclone pushes the prism away. That's your high ground vision. So without the prism nearby, you're in trouble, and this Cyclone being so healthy is a big problem. I don't think this is really working for Arcfire. I don't think this is doing what he needs it to do already. Do I not have an OSC command right now? It's because I have a new bot ID. My bad. I lost all of my old commands. I'll re-add it in after this game. As you see, the couple of mortals coming up, just going to get after that siege tank. So we actually, the drop into the main base is much more successful. The prism going to die now, though, so these immortals are completely stuck here. Do we have a way to kill them off? New tank pops out, so I'm going to say, yeah, we probably do. Although one of the tanks gets blasted down. Well, the tank gets blasted down in general. Maybe this has just worked. Bjorn does not have the army left over. The drop in the main base from Arcfire was good, and yeah, Bjorn plays 40 minutes TVT to win an OSC King of the Hill game. Arcfire is going to play a 6-minute PVT. This is not done, but it kind of is done. As soon as a new prism pops out, you get more aggression into this main base. Arcfire is going to find himself having done more than enough, and that's the beauty of the King of the Hill. The best of one is very volatile. As that Viking steps across, the Stalker is going to get taken down. And we're just going to say, I mean, we can just kill the bunker at the front. GG says Bjorn. Arcfire gets it done to break Bjorn down after just one map win. Arcfire becomes the new king with 5 maps left to play on the day. Guys, let me do the let me add an OSC command in. I'm recreating all of my commands from back in the day. Why do I forget how to do this every single time? Call command triggered. Create the command OSC with exclamation mark OSC. Okay. Add Twitch chat. Send message. Check out OSC and all of the tournaments at. And let me just get the link. Online.com. Oh, we got max packs up next. It's going to be some PvP. Wow, that's unlucky. We could have had a max packs Bjorn. I think we're going to get max packs Arcfire, which could be kind of dangerous for max packs. Anyways, there's the OSC command available. Now, guys, like I said, I'm still rebuilding all the old commands you had on the bot, and it's hard to remember everything you had and what you didn't add back in and stuff. Because my old bot didn't just, like, go offline. It just, I can't even access it to see all the commands we had, which is really sad because we had, like, some really fun commands for, like, certain people and stuff that had, like little clips in and stuff that we just can't get back anymore. Easy Peasy Gaming and Drogle, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Keep up the good work. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, the old bot was all server side, so we didn't get to save any of the Wow, I log on into EU to go for Arcfire versus Max Packs, and Bjorn's already in a ladder game. Man's ready to grind. As is Hero. Hero's grinding away as well. Alrighty, we will be into Arcfire Max Packs in a few moments, guys. PvP, like I say, is actually dangerous for Max Packs because, yeah, it's kind of a matchup that can go wrong for him sometimes. So, you know what? I kind of like this. I kind of like the way it's gone. Arcfire upsets Bjorn, and now Max Packs has a pretty high chance of being upset in a PvP. Again, 5 maps remaining on the day. Appreciate you all joining us. Pleasure to be here with you guys. StarCraft coming up in just a few moments. Just a few moments. Do, 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 do. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. Like I say, so again, the way it works, Arcfire will get a veto, and then MaxPax will get a map pick. I'm going to BRB just one sec while they get... Oh, they're going in game, guys. I'm just going to throw us... I'm just going to be a little bit quiet at the start of this game. Just need a minute or so. But I'll obviously put us in game. We'll start us following around and so on. Alrighty, guys, we are counting down. I'll put us on the loading screen. I'll just move up. I'll be right back in 1 minute as we get this PvP underway for map 10. No, map 11 on the day. In the bottom left-hand corner, our Blue Brothers player is going to be MaxPax. In the top right-hand side, our Red Brothers player, Arcfire. He's going to meet up for another 30 seconds or so, guys, while they get their builds underway. Alright, guys. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Let's get back to it. Yeah, so I've just seen the builds get going. Single gate from MaxPax. You know, MaxPax, who is a single gate enjoyer, just really like this current patch for PvP, surely. I feel like this patch could not really be much better for MaxPax in terms of PvP. It lets him do a lot of expanding and be pretty safe while doing it. Arcfire is going to throw the proxy into the bottom right, which is not surprising to kind of be the player who says no to MaxPax. And he's going to put his aggression on to try and stop MaxPax from seeing success here. Oh, well, there's going to be a Twilight proxy from Arcfire, so he's just going to try and hide what he's doing. And the overall goal here from him should be to obviously get up to Blink and kind of go from there. Would be the expectation. So going to be kind of an aggressive play on the side of MaxPax. Sorry, of Arcfire, and try and break MaxPax down. Now, MaxPax, he's gone Stargate, but he's also going to see no expand of his opponent. He's not expanding yet, so he's going to Stargate into a second gate of his own. Void Ray good here, but if you go Blink as Arcfire, the whole idea of this is to get to a good Stalker count, which can very easily one-shot Void, so it takes away from that defense of MaxPax. MaxPax would be much better off finding a chance to get to the robot facility if he can, but getting there easily is, getting there is not an easily done thing. Gathers up, a couple Stalkers going to fight, just going to be seeing the Phoenix on its way, and that's actually going to be a good scout from Arcfire. He sees exactly what he's playing into here, so he knows exactly what is up. Stalker's just going to settle. We do see the Oracle around the top side. There is the Twilight Counselor, throwing a boost in the blink. Again, that was our expectation of what Arc Fire was going to do here. And we'll be able to start. I was going to say, build a piling up soon. This Phoenix is scouting around a little bit. It's not going to show itself just yet. Adept, Stalker, Phoenix coming back around. Again, that blink finishing up very shortly from Arc Fire. Again, Stalkers need to gather up a little bit. Just going to see the Phoenix coming through. Going to see that blink is about to be done. So Arc Fire will look to be aggressive. I mean, this is the issue he's going to have, though, is that Max Pax is not expanded. So there's not much for him to really do. Like, he's going to have to pressure toward the main. It's going to be very tough. Kind of weird, because now he gets map control, though, so he could just sit here and contain his opponent and then play for that as well, right? Like, that is a viable option right now. And then you just expand yourself back at home. I feel like that has to be what you go for, but then maybe Max Pax has a lot of pressure with the Immortals coming out too, and he can make a timing that benefits him in a pretty big way as well. It's a weird little scenario we got. This Immortal going to be on its way through here and getting set up at the moment. A couple probes going down. That Oracle, the upper right side, going to be sitting tidy and just waiting. A couple of Adepts back onto the map. So Adepts hang around a few moments. Again, the other couple of units on the natural of Arc Fire, ready to meet Adepts if possible, would be amazing. It does look as though that might be the case, as the couple Stalkers going to be there. Straight damage onto them. Can blink forward. We get rid of one Adept. That removes a lot of the danger that the Adepts provide. We can wall here too to make this even more comfortable. Weird situation, because obviously, like I say, Max Pax pretty much has to just sit back. Sorry, I've not set the score up wrong as well. Arc Fire's up one, has had one map win on the King of the Hill, and this is best of one. It's got a Nexus going through on the natural. More Stalkers popping from Max Pax. Arc Fire's still trying to poke, but he's maybe in a little bit of danger. He needs to get away from this potential surround Max Pax is setting up, and he does start to move in a good way to handle it. Yeah. Nicely done. Denies it and keeps Max Pax in the base, which you've got to keep doing. You've got to keep Max Pax in that base. Otherwise, this is going to become a much more dangerous situation. Stalkers and Sentries still gathered together. A couple more Stalkers warping in on the high ground. Nexus is coming about. Probe is on its way. Just going to be having the Prism going across the upper right-hand side of the map, so Max Pax is going to take a bit of a journey over in that direction. Twilight Council just in the bottom right, going to be settling. Again, the Prism coming through. I'm just going to see a couple more Depths being warped in. Still a lot of units on this other side. I mean, Arc Fire now has an expand, so Max Pax needs to do something. He needs to break out and get a move on with it, because right now, Arc Fire is just has an expansion over him and has the contain. If Max Pax doesn't get out soon, big issue. Now, Max Pax is about to have blink, and I believe that's going to be his go moment. Arc Fire needs to recognize that as well, because if he sits there with those units and loses them all, that'd be very bad for him. If he loses too much, he's never going to be able to fight against the tech advantage that Max Pax is representing in the Robo Facility and the Immortals, right? So, issues possibly abound. We do have sentries, but they can only do so much. And if your opponent is kind of blinking onto you, the sentries are going to be pretty limited in what they achieve overall. Fire gets this economy rolling on the other side. Good job from Arifai. He really he recognized at the right time when it was time for him to go. And he got away, didn't lose anything. Has a few Stalkers potentially for a counterattack, which I love. 4 Stalkers blinking in to do some damage is just a nice move. Very low commitment. Forces a warp in back at home as well, so you don't have to deal with that warp in at home. And now you recall those Stalkers to keep them alive as well. I like it. Again, like I say, cool move. I like what Arcfire is, like I say, representing for so far. As Max Pax is going to struggle to justify if he tried to expand now. It would be really tough. Going to go to the high ground. Oh, we're going to lose the gateway power, though. Arcfire does get his first Immortal out, and... Okay, and he's got himself the opponent mortals right in the back. Got the Prism super quickly as well. Oh, it's a massive Stasis Ward, but this is... I think it's a 1-5 for Arcfire, but maybe not. He has to blink back defensively here. Again, the lack of production is going to kill him. Oh, has to pull the probes. The Immortals are an issue. It's because he lost power to his gateways. If he had the couple of warpings available, well, he's not exactly rich. The probe pull and the stasis is kind of huge. Pops the barrier on the other Immortal. Has a force field available in a second. If he can force field these units in half, that'd be big. Blinks in for one Immortal. Maybe our MaxPax made a mistake there going so aggressively up toward the top. Remember that Arcfire has the base advantage, so any defense here is just amazing for him. Up 7 workers, Arcfire is going to be coming out of this in the lead. MaxPax is not going to break through. Now, he does start an expansion at home now, but that is a very late to the party expansion. Plain and simple. Very late to the party expansion. Immortal, Probe, and a couple of Depths all coming through. Sentry and the Nexus still coming up down. We are going to see the Stalker stepping forward. Sentry in some trouble here. Stalkers get turned away again. Now lose the gateway power once more. MaxPax being annoying, still down 12 workers. As he gets the expansion up, maybe you can fix that a little bit. Maybe we can start to solve this problem. Another panel coming down, the Stalkers retreat away. MaxPax is trying to maintain map control. Again, 12 worker deficit. We'll start to work on that now. We'll start to undo that. But obviously, Arcfire is producing Immortals through this. His army quality definitely on the up. Absolutely been improving here. Oh, we're going to see the blinking. Wants to get after these Immortals. The Guardian Shield popped on the wrong sentry, by the way. That Guardian Shield should have been on the sentry in the front, as MaxPax is now going to force field all the probes. And just like this, he evens out the game. MaxPax is so good, man. This is such a frustrating game at the moment for Arcfire, because like everything should be going well for him, and yet MaxPax is just continuing to do more than enough to bring himself back into it. So tough to deal with. Stalkers continue to run out of the Stalkers and the Immortal gather up. Arcfire is still in this game, don't get me wrong. It's just rough because it's like now it feels as though the advantage he had is gone, and if he lost that advantage, playing this game out from here is still going to be very difficult. Down by 3 workers, and down a bit of army supply. Stalking some Immortal gathered together, just going to see a few units coming across. Max is still down on the 3rd base. Arcfire gets a battery on the natural. Starts as third. Arcfire goes up by 9 workers, but MaxPax's main is completely mined out, so Arcfire actually has a little bit more use for these workers, although not for long. I guess because he's got the third, he'll have a use for them. MaxPax looking to attack again. His pure Stalkers, Sentries, and 1 Phoenix. 1 Phoenix forces some target fire, perhaps. Guardian Shield pops up. Good force fields. The Sentry of MaxPax goes down. And the Immortal here from Arcfire keeps him in a very solid spot. So he's trying to step forward once again. The Phoenix lifts the Immortal long enough to get, honestly, a massive volley from the Stalkers onto it. MaxPax looking to break through. Some of the Stalkers from Arcfire just having to blink back. A lot of unhealthy Stalkers from him. MaxPax walks away, loses the Observer. Arcfire tries to chase forward before blinking away again. Is about to get a battery on this third base. New Immortal about to arrive. Again, it feels like MaxPax is continuing to lose this game, but it's been such a monumental effort for him to stay in it. I don't really want to doubt him, you know? But I still believe a little. There's not going to be enough this time. I was still going to believe a little because, like, he brought himself back from some tough spots, you know? Brought himself back from some tough spots. Alrighty, guys. That is going to be GG's. I'm going to be up a couple minutes, guys, before we get into our next map. I'll see you guys in a sec. Arcfire is on a 2-map win streak against Bjorn and MaxPax. What a day for Arcfire. See if it continues up next. Okay, sorry for that. Christiana has been revived. Sometimes when there's no other fresh players waiting to play, a player from earlier in the King of the Hill can come back for a second attempt, and Christiana will be the first of those players today. He lost earlier to Mixu. He fights against Arcfire. Arad brought us in the top right as we get into another PvP for Arcfire. See what success he can find as we work on through this. Probe of Arcfire moves up. We'll see the probe of Christiana coming over, which drops down second gateway. Arcfire's tend to be super aggressive. Super expansion focused in the top right, and that might open the door for Christiana to be super aggressive. As a full sentence ahead of myself there. As the pylon goes down on the bottom from Christiana, already in the middle of the map. Proxying blindly, actually. Wow. So either he has a very good read on what Arcfire is going to do, or he just wants to do this no matter what. Which, to be fair, what's cool about this from Christiana, if you're Arcfire and your opponent scouts you expanding now, do you expect such a quick bit of aggression? Do you expect, like, because it's obviously not a reactionary attack from Christiana. It's a good question, right? It's an interesting one. Stalker gets the probe. Stalker chasing around, trying to see what's going on. He's going to see that battery coming up on this natural. Again, probe moving about. Just going to see the Immortal, the Sentry, and Warp Gate coming through. The Immortal and the Warp Gate still going on as well. We have the the Robo Facility, Corona Boost and the Immortal here. And Prism is out from Christiana. Let's see what the defense is like from Arcfire. Battery on the low ground, units in the main. Well set up so far. Obviously having his own Robo quickly helps a lot. Some Immortal's going to pop out into an instant bit of defense. Ooh, not bad from Christiana go. He saves everything and got a Stalker and a Sentry. Yo, big giant poop. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Didn't think you'd be making an appearance today, but here you are. Thank you for the Prime. Love it, love it. Thank you so much. Stalker's Immortal. Coming back along well, still just chasing that Prism away slightly. Has to cancel the warp in though. It's in reach of these two Stalkers. That's a bit of a shame. Finds this probe move backwards and forwards. Just going to see the pylon still taking some damage. Immortal fires another shot up. Arcfire supply blocked already. Battery is going to go down. A few more hits coming through. Stalkers gather. Immortal shooting. Pushing up, that Immortal in the front from Arcfire taking some big hits. And there's Arcfire. Does he have the defense? He's got one very low HP Immortal that needs to survive. It's not going to. Christiana's attack is good. he is going to dethrone Arab Fire. And Cristiano on the revive is going to be able to get a win for himself. We'll see how far he can go. Good run from Arab Fire. I mean, obviously going to get felled by Cristiano, but taking out Bjorn and Max Pax is very impressive. Again, definitely shows the fun of this format. And also how good Arab Fire has been lately. It's really nice to see. GG's. GG's. Alright. 3 maps remain, guys. 3 maps. It's been a very varied day. We haven't had one player who's gone on just some crazy streak. The longest streak today was Q at 3 wins. It's been a good mixed day of like different people winning. And great to be here for the OSC King of the Hill. Appreciate you all joining us. And thank you for hanging out with us, guys. Like I say, appreciate you all being with us as we get ready to figure out the next opponent for Cristiano now. Alrighty. Yeah, guys, the scoreline on the screen is the amount of games that have been won by a player in the King of the Hill. So it is best of 1 for that match, and the score is just tracking how many wins the guy has on the day. Lets you know who the current king is and stuff. I know it's a bit confusing if you just come in and you don't know. But for anyone that knows how we're doing it, it kind of just makes sense. It works. Washout again is Fiant is going to be the challenger. Epic LAN Grand Finalist Fiant. Going up against Cristiano here for some ZVP. Just trying to clean up my browser, but I've got so many things open. Alright, let's get this started. Let's get into Washout. In the top right, we have our new challenger, the yellow Zerg player. This is going to be Fiant. It's never a boring game with Fiant. Let's see what he wants to do. Taking on the blue Protoss. In the bottom left-hand corner, Cristiano on the revive comes in and is going to be current king. Probe going to patrol on the natural, and drone coming across, overlord moving. It's going to see our gateway and the assimilator going about as well as the hatchery drops down onto the 3rd base. And they're going to go 1 base again, not in PvZ. PvP, 1 base is not surprising. PvZ, I mean, 1 base openings are just... They're just bad. 90% of the time in most matchups, 1 base openings are just bad. They're too predictable, they're too easily held, they need to do too much damage. There's some coin flippy stuff you can do on 8 worker start where with 1 basey stuff, that's good. I mean, stuff like a 10 pool, but the thing is like a 10 pool very rarely is going to drone pull and try and end on one base. The idea of a 10 pool is to pressure and take an advantage while you expand behind it again, right? So, yeah, it's a little funky. Probe moves into the main. He's going to set up there to patrol a little bit. Overlord just chilling in the natural. I'm just going to see our Cybercore, Nexus, and Simulator pylon all building through the next few moments. This hatchery setting up on the third location after being blocked by the probe. A couple of workers just move across. The Lings will be out. Got the Stargate building from Christian at home, so very standard from him. Fiant's a fun player. I mean, Fiant usually does some interesting things, so I'm excited to see what he actually brings to this DVP long term. He just holds out on the ramp. The Adept continues to step across then. Moving over for the moment. Two Adepts together. Always a little bit more threatening, so see what they may find. There's the shed toward the high ground. A few Lings nearby already, though. Queen just drops the inject. Just going to see the Lings and the Queens continue back. A couple Lings already chasing across. Again, Lings moving. Just going to have the Oracle heading to the upper right-hand side. So looking to make a bit of a push for this in the next few moments. One drone goes down, the Lings hitting the other side, not going to see much success. This Oracle has quite a lot of damage on it, and the Queens get even more damage. The Oracle nearly dies. Big factor. Let's gather up. Oracle pulling back over. Adept is going to hit the Lings already. We're just going to be hitting again. Overlord already taking damage. Gates finishing up. Comes back away. Oracle activating. Nexus goes down. I see the feeling this is going to nibble up at that Nexus. Damage being done. Prism is about to pop. And again, a couple more probes coming over. Lair on the way through. The drones are building over. Queen, Overlords, and the Roadtron building as well. You can see the Zerglings gathering into the bottom left and ready to make a move on to the third base. Moves in for the wraparound. Once you get these Adepts, you'll get it. The Oracle's not here to help the defense, so both Adepts go down. Kyron's probably a little greedy. Would have been better to turn onto the probe when he could have gotten it already. By now it's maybe a little bit too late. Yo, Tango Hotel, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Watching the VOD on YouTube? Hell yeah. Thank you so much for dropping in on Twitch and giving us the Prime. Super appreciate that. Appreciate you going out of your way to help us out. Thank you so much. Queens. They do step over and hit that Prism a little bit, so they're just going to push that. Once again, the Archon drop. The expectation. This kind of died to an aggressive play earlier. This is not going to be as aggressive from Fiant, but I do wonder if he has some aggression in mind for this soon. Prism into the main, just going to drop down. A couple of these Archons already getting straight to work on these drones. Sport Crawler helps to push the Prism back up through the top. Uh-oh, Prism. Can't afford to lose the Prism. It goes super low. Definitely can't afford to lose it with the 2 Archons inside. I'm just going to drop the recall. So we are going to get out of here. He's more from the Ravager. I think to pressure it in this corner, but when he sees the recall, he just doesn't want the Ravager there. Drop Lord's on the way, though. And Fiant is going to get ready to be aggressive here. Stasis Wards are coming up defensively. No stack defense yet on the 3rd, though. Looking to get the battery started now, so recognizing what's up. It's going to be defense time from Christiana as he looks to get himself a hold. And to remain king toward the end of this day of the OSC King of the Hill. Roaches, Lings, spread left, spread right. Not a lot of Ravagers there, and further back, Queens are coming via Overlord. They're going to be important against the Oracle. Good to pressure onto the Prism. Ooh, nearly lost that first drop Lord. Good pop on the Stasis Ward, only a single Zerglin caught in the Stasis. Means these units are going to be able to spread nicely and put a lot of damage out very quickly. The battery's almost already out of energy, by the way. That was a very fast drain of energy. Felt like the Zerg army has just done mega damage. Can we start to kill off these units, though? The batteries have done their work to buy time. Can the Micro do the rest of it? Pylon start to go down for Christiana, but he's not close to being supply blocked. Good Biles. She hits an Archon or so as well. Corrosive Bile is going to be a big part of these next few moments. We have already bought some time here, those Christiana, but we lose an Archon. Another couple of Biles. These Biles continue to hit in the army. Prism goes down. I think it had something big inside as well. Unless it just dropped out. I feel like it had something inside when it died. But no Prism means no Micro. And so the Queen's being here, able to knock that Prism down is massive. Minus 20 probes in this attack already. And I just don't think we deal with this anymore. You need the Prism Micro to have a chance of this. Corrosive Bile onto the Nexus because we can just swarm forward for the army. Second game for the day for Christiana. That's going to be a loss to a Zerg. Being swarmed by some kind of attack. And Fiant will break another King's Throne. I mean, it has been a crazy... I wonder what the most different players to have won on a day of King of the Hill is. Because in theory, we could have had 15 different players win today, right? And obviously that's not the case, but we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, now 8 different players. Probably not the highest ever, but it's probably one of the higher ones. Like, usually someone comes in and wins like 4 or 5 maps, one of the stronger players usually, but today has been... It's not been the day for trying to win through and through. Yo, sorry, I had a donation that I didn't hear. I apologize. Let me open my stream elements again and just shout that out properly. Sometimes my notifications are bugging when we're in-game. WardiTV. Thank you so much for the £15 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, when we're in-game, I don't hear the dings sometimes, so if I ever miss, feel free to at me and be like, Wardy, I gave you money. Thank you so much for the £15, mate. Really appreciate it. We're also 1 sub away from 500 if you want to help us tipple over to the 500 sub account again, guys. You've got a Prime available. I do appreciate it as well. Echo Steel, thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to Nikkei. Hell yeah. That's one way to do it. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hitting us up to 500. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Alright, waiting to see who the challenger will be. UED Soldier just joined the chat. We'll see if that is going to be the on position here for Fiant. 2 maps left today? 2 maps left today. Map 14 and map 15. To round us out in this King of the Hill action. Nice. Tokamak going to be our map. We have a throwback map. And it is going to be UED Soldier. As the opponent. So Protoss player coming through once again. Let's see if Fiant has more ZVP planned out. See what happens. in the bottom left-hand corner with a map win under his belt. Can he get a couple more and remain king at the end of the day? Fiant is our yellow Zerg player. First test for him to try and get to the end will be UED Soldier. Green Protoss in the top right corner. Let's see what happens. I'll extract a trick from Fiantia to start us off. Purple People Eater, thank you so much for the Prime sub. It's going to pop in a second. Bam, there it is. Thank you so much for the Prime. Shit, thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for using your Prime on the channel. Of course, guys, this is an OSC event, so this one's not sponsored by me. But of course your support does allow us to keep on casting, as well as obviously we do run a lot of WardiTV events on the channel as well. So if you do have a sub available, help us out with that. WardiTV Summer Cup will be wrapping up next weekend. Saturday and Sunday is what you'll be watching, so that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for being with us. Then we have a probe. Trolling around, seeing what's up. Going back into the main base for the next moment or two. Having our Cyber Core coming through for a couple moments. Let's be building a couple Queens and Lings coming through. Proby gonna go out onto the map. Fiant's the #1 player in Sweden. Didn't know that. Yeah, Sweden had obviously a very strong history of StarCraft too, but as obviously Namshar carried their flag for a lot of years after a lot of the other earlier kind of pros quit from Sweden, but yeah, Sweden didn't see any up and coming rising talent for anything for a long time. I'm trying to think of another active Swedish player. Off the top of my head, very quickly, I don't have one. Oracle Warp Gate coming down, just going to see the Stalker poking at the Overlord. Couple things getting it through into the main base. Zep going to shoot, that Ling goes down. Again, Oracle Warp Gate coming over, 6 drones on the Queen. Building, we do kill the Overlord. Oracle comes down to the bottom. Because in the panel, I'm going to get positioned. The Adept going to shade across. Still playing Adept together, just going to help push those Lings back. Another gateway coming down here for the moment. And the Oracle is once again just going to get blasted a little bit. At the expense of 3 drones, though. I mean, 3 drones is nice. Slows Fiant that a little bit further. UD is just throwing that 3rd Nexus down already. Fiant puts the Roach Run into place. I wonder if he's going to get aggressive. I'm very interested as to what the plan is for him. I'm getting for 2 more drones. The Queens are here to push the Oracles further into the main. The Queens in the main say no, though. got a wrap. It's going to take this adept down. It's going to pick that off as well. Now the pylon. In a little bit of trouble. The adept gets into the corner again. Just going to try and see those couple of lings trying to make something happen. The oracles come back over and the lings will continue onto the pylon for a couple more seconds. Have a little energy recharge. The lings would love to get this sentry. Force field comes down to say no. Still force a force field though. I mean, it's a bit less energy that you have to deal with later on. There's a lot of gates, by the way, from UED Soldier. So this is a very gate-heavy setup. 6 gateways. But no other tech. No Twilight. Not even building anything else off the Stargate. Just pure gateway production. I don't know what this is really meant to do. I'm not sure it's going to be scary to go across the map with it. I'm not really convinced that it's going to be amazing defensively if Fiant attacks. Because, like, don't get me wrong, there's value in numbers. But if your units are just baseline bad, having a lot of them doesn't necessarily always improve it, you know? I actually don't know how that goes. Obviously, you know, you can build a lot of gateway units nowadays with the different gateway build time. So defensively speaking, in theory, you could have a ton of units. But like I say, is that okay if none of them have, like, you know, any of the power stuff? As that adept shaded, and then the probe thought it could hold. It could not. We're already going to lose power to one pylon here at least. I think that goes down before the warping is good. Looks like we are just committing across the map with this attack, so like I say, I mean, I guess we're going into warp gates now, but this is rough because you're going to lose so much economy with the probes currently dying. Fan hit some pretty decent force fields, and I think this is already just falling apart. Stasis is half decent, but it's just not enough, and Fiant is going to take his second game of the King of the Hill. It's going to go for 2. Can he equal the best run of the day that was from Kua, which was 3 wins? And win the final map and be king at the end of the day? That means you can also start as king next time around if you would like to. And this one is worth more money as well. Being the king at the end of the day is worth $15. So, yeah, a little bit better. So you will figure out who Fiant's final opponent shall be. Alright guys, we'll run some ads for the final time of the day before we jump into one final map again. It's OSC King of the Hill edition 256. This tournament series has been running for 6 years now, 7 years almost. Pretty crazy. It's usually about 40 a year. Kind of wild. Very fun. I always love the King of the Hill. I always enjoy it when we get to go and cast. Waiting for our final challenger, guys. Waiting for our final challenger. Do. This can be our last map of the day. Just a little reminder, tomorrow it's a new week. It's WardiTV Mondays. On Tuesday we're going to be covering the Inu battles. Wednesday Kung Fu Cup. Thursday and Friday I've got blank right now. We might do something OSC. I'm going to ask about that. But also I was thinking if they are blank, maybe some time to finally properly check out Zero Space. So and then obviously at the weekend we'll have the WardiTV Summer Cup playoffs. So that's what's going on. We are in general here, guys, for the next like 2.5 weeks. Then I'm away for a weekend, back a couple days. Once I come back for a couple days, I gotta go away another weekend because Helen's getting surgery, so I'll be gone a little bit. It's gonna be Inexorable on the revive, so it's gonna be another revived player. Inexorable gonna come out and try and fight Fiant in the TVZ. Cool. All right. So like I say, it's going to be Inexorable versus Fiant for some TVZ, guys. Wrap the day up. Yeah. Like I say, going to be a strong start to August. Like I say, I take a little vacation mid-August for a few days. Like I say, I'm not sure how long I'll be gone the weekend after because Helen's having surgery, but like I say, that weekend's kind of up in the air. But it's kind of pigfest that time anyway. But at the end of August, we'll be back strong again. I was looking at starting the Summer Championship, but I think it's going to be kind of hard to start the Summer Championship as well. But then if we don't start it soon, when are we going to fit it in? Great question. I do not know. I do not know. I'm going for the vacay. I'm just going. Me and Helen are going to like a little festival for a few days. It's just in the UK, so not vacation. I'm just away for like the weekend. We drive on the Thursday. We come back Monday. So the Monday Cup probably moves. That's the Monday. That's WardiTV Mondays 100. And I think instead of doing a shitty cast, super tired on the Monday, we're just going to do it on the Tuesday because I could probably get back for it if we set off early. I just don't think I'm going to be in the mood for it, though, instead of rushing ourselves home. Just do it on the Tuesday instead. Like I say, that week's weird because Helen gets surgery the Thursday after that. And then we'll be back home on the Friday, but I'll probably be not streaming over the weekend. So, yeah. It'll be a weird like 10-day period-ish. Not super long. But like I say, I'll have a couple streams in between the awayness. It's just the way it's lined up has been a bit funky. Anyway, my friends, thank you for joining us. And thank you for sticking around to the very end. We've got one more map for you all. It's some TVZ. As in the top left corner. A revive from earlier. It's going to be Inexorable. Could not get it done against Cure. Let's see if he can get it done against Fiant. Blue Zerg in the bottom right. These two battling to be king at the end of the day. A little bit of additional prize money attached to that. As we get this best of one playing on Old Sun Temple cross spawns. John's mine away, SCV coming up, as we are going to see a command center first. Cross spawn is going to be good for that. And found going across the bottom left initially. Is this the last map? Yes, it is, guys. This is the last one on the day, unfortunately. Like I said, when we wrap up, we will have 24/7. Action Wardy is already in operation, of course, because it's 24/7. We'll host that up. Actually, some good games over there. It's a replay from WardiTV Summer Championship 2019 at the moment. So, yeah, we'll host you guys over there when we wrap up as well. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow for the WardiTV Mondays, as per usual. Looking forward to bringing you guys some Monday Cup action on a Monday. 2 weeks in a row on a Monday. What is going on? Crazy. Forward heading over. Just going to see there's racks coming through as well. Orbital coming through. A couple orbitals on the way through. Marine coming up. Command center building here from Inexorable as well. Gonna drop the mule down in the main base. The command center is obviously going to be done in a second. And what we got, a couple of lings coming across the map from Fiant. He's obviously checked bottom left with an overlord. He'll check the top left with a ling or two. Obviously no pressure coming his way because his opponent went CC first. There's no Reaper on the map early at the moment. So we'll head into the natural. And again, racks coming through, a couple SCVs coming over, orbital will morph. Don't see a couple more Marines step forward. Ling gets taken out already. And SCV's coming over, extra Marines coming about. Marines is going to go after that Overlord. Overlord already taking some shots. We are going to be seeing the Scout is good though. You're going to see that's multiple racks. Are we actually going to hide that orbital? Trying to hide the third orbital. The thing is though, it's like you look at this, do you not just... Is that really fake Gant into... Because even if you don't see it, do you not just presume it's like in this corner maybe? Or... Because these barracks are not set up quickly enough for it to not have been a third CC, no? Again, still kind of early on this patch, so we don't exactly know the numbers exactly, perhaps, and maybe Fiant does not quite know, so don't get me wrong, I don't hate the hiding of it, I'm just not sure if it's going to be as impactful as Inexorable would have liked it to have been, for sure. Marines gather up. There's the Baneling Nest and the lair coming through. 10 more drones on the way up at the moment, so bringing all of that in. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1/+1 coming over as well. We're just going to float down to the third base location. Just going to drop that in position. A couple SCVs transfer over. A couple barracks still setting up. Those Lings are going to run through. First SCV already in trouble. Goes down. And yeah, 1-1, stim, combat shield, all coming up. The extra Lings in the lair coming through. The Evo chamber is building. Make it double Evo chamber in the main base for Fiant. And the Marines just step across. They get a couple Lings in the process, so going to make a couple of grabs for themselves there as the watchtower control is lost. Fiant has the Baneling speed on the way up. What's important for him now is just to make sure he's got enough Banes for this. I like the counterattack. It's not enough Lings all at once, though. The rest of the Lings being in the back, there's a little sad. There's definitely potential there. Like I say, make sure we've got Banelings to deal with this. We are going to lose another Overlord. Fiant supply blocked already. I don't like that fight from Fiant at all. It's just completely unnecessary. You're off creep. Your opponent is already stimmed. So you could even just back away, and the stim is already a victory, right? Like, these Queens are going to do better against these Marines than the Lings did. So just walk back and let them, let the stim be kind of a waste. Now, this was a real shame from Fiant. Just unnecessary to fight over on this left-hand side. Felt there was a chance there, but I don't think if there ever was a chance, especially with 1-1 upgrades done. And you're making Banelings too, so you're making the thing that's going to make it easier for you to clean this up. You know? 2-2 coming about. Melee Carapace upgrades both building in. Hydroden is going to produce from Fiant as well, bringing that up in the main base as a bunch of Marines come down to the bottom side of the map. Away we go. I mean, we got some Lings looking to counter again. This time it's going to be more successful. They're going to get in. Tank there. Fresh pickings. So counterattack has a lot of potential to it. The tank sieging won't do anything, no. All these Lings are way too close. At least Unsiege would have killed a couple more Lings. The SCVs have to pull against it. He forced the lift up on this bottom right-hand side as well. So a tank, a few Marines, and not that many SCVs. Only 4 SCVs. However, now they're run by onto the third base. And the Marines are still on the map, and reinforcements have been killed, remember. 4th command center building. Very early here, going to get cancelled. We got another couple of SCVs to kill, and the best part of this from Fiant is he's going to get away with pretty much every single circle. Oh, he should have done. He actually lets them kind of run into the corner there. They're trying to deal with this over here. And Extrable does get every single Baneling. They were unprotected. I swear I keep seeing Queens doing better in this game than Lings and Banes do against Marines. As we are going to clean this up over the right side. The Lings have nearly killed the third orbital. These Lings that I thought were guaranteed getting away, and I was a little bit settled about how they moved. They actually nearly killed the third. It's on fire, so no third base mine still. The SCVs pull back over. They can repair it. A little bit of a messy TVZ thus far. As the medevacs load up and are going to go move around over to the right side. Stim is going to get after the hatch. The drone goes down. This hatch still taking a bit of a beating. Another scan coming about. Drones continue to move. The Lings with a good wraparound up this set of rocks, continuing to play cleanup. Yeah, 2-2 upgrades. Muscular augments all coming around. There's extra Lings from Fiant coming across as well at the moment. Bunch of Lings and Banes still settling. So knock this rocks down. We've got the Overseer scouting into the main. Fiant and Extrable, both are similar workers. Rocks go down. It's going to be seeing 2-2 upgrades coming about, the burrow and everything coming around as well. Marines get to the bottom left. I think Bane Hydra gathers up, just going to see this medevac of Marines coming around. main base. On the right side, we're going to see a couple Banelings connecting at least. These Marines unload. They get in for a few drones. I think Bane Hydra pulling back from the left over to the right. Full work is going down. Actually, can target down the spawning pool. Is that going to die? It's going to die. No spawning pool for Fiant, who that's got a hive on the way up. Inexorable continuing toward 3-3. Big move out right now from Inexorable. Big moment from Fiant. He's going to throw a Lurker Den down with this hive. He's going to jump towards his army instantly. I don't actually think he knew it was there, because if you're going to run at that, you want to kind of actually commit onto it. Fiant looks as though he would rather try and use the group spread to aid in his defense, but now the tank's going to be better spread and pre-split. And this becomes a little bit tough for Fiant to truly jump onto. Hatcher on the bottom side, taking a bunch more damage. The Lings running through. Oh my god, they're getting absolutely massacred by tanks. Fiant is bleeding out, man. He is bleeding out at the moment as Inexorable is just killing everything. Fiant's really struggled with fighting the Terran in this game. As Inexorable kills a base and he just backs up. I mean, to be fair, he's a 4-base Terran, double expanding towards extra bases now. Like, he doesn't need to do more with this single attack right here. But it does get worse for him over time, because now his opponent has a Lurker Den, so in theory, Fiant's army will never be this weak again. So this might have been a moment to kind of stay in position and keep on pushing. Inexorable going to come back down now. Hatch upper right, hatch bottom side, setting up. Just going to see the couple queens. Going to get chased. And Hydra going to push through. A couple Banes are going to be there. Things are going to swarm. Just going to see these Hydras still stepping up. Picking off a siege tank. Now backing away again. Just not enough really from Fiant. I feel like he keeps attacking too soon, though. Like, you don't need to fight here. You could fight when Terran gets to here, and then you can come down this ramp and actually wrap around it more, you know? Inexorable has a lot of units that are steamrolling through. I mean, Fiant's counterattack has a lot of potential as well, just... It's not like he's not going to be losing a bunch himself. I mean, these Hydras are going to be difficult to get rid of, I think. Banes are just going to crash in for every STV, so... Fiant's counter is good, but... How much can it really do? These few Hydras need to decide what they want to target fire. They could target down the orbital. I wouldn't hate it. I also wouldn't have hated it if they just turned onto a couple of these units, because I think altogether, if they target fired properly, they could have done a lot more. Retreating lets you walk back into this army, which is not great. I tell you what, though, the medevac kind of Inexorable is not good, and his amount of healing available is limited. There's low energy on the medevacs that do exist. Dan's going to run in through the acceleration zone to help him with the fight, but again, you run in, you take a bunch of damage running in, you take a bunch of damage running out. Again, maybe just not a fight we really need to take right now as Fiant. You know, you actually still have this upper right base, you've rebuilt this base, you're rebuilding this one. Like, you know, we actually don't necessarily need to fight into the Terran. You're not in a position to fight into the Terran. You've got Lurkers. Let these Lurkers come up and do work for you, you know? This Terran army is so low HP. If these Lurkers have half a chance of winning this game, it's right now, because this Terran army is battered and bruised. Yep. Yep, Lurker's good, man. I mean, it's low. Like I said before, the medevac count was an issue. And Inexorable has to pull away. A couple Lurkers are going to go and harass the base. Medevacs are empty. These Lurkers are committed. Though they could run in out of siege tank range already. The adaptive time just finished. These Lurkers will move a bit quicker now. We have sizing spines already, right? Yes, we do. Good. Okay. Well. We finally dropped the scan to clean that out. Fiant still only 68 drones. Adds a few more behind all of this. I mean, has left a few Lurkers out on the map. This game is going to slow because I don't think you're really going to want to run into those Lurkers again as Inexorable after that last attempt did not really go well for you at all. Hydra Lurker still gathering up. One lane moves up to the top. Orbital sitting tight. Missile turret finishes. I think what's even what actually might be craziest in this game is that Inexorable had those CCs ready to make a 5th so early, and he never got a 5th base down. That's starting to feel like a big regret moment, I think, because now he's going to go a long time without that 5th. He's going to take it to the top right as an orbital. And has some lings here with the Hydras. Do you have lunch? No. It's building. Oh, muscular swell on its way. I'm trying to work our way through these rocks, but there's tanks on the high ground. We get up to the top with a bunch of lings. The orbital retreats away. Does Fiant actually want to attack in? This game is going to settle down to a point where both players are maxed. Fiant has money in the bank. It's funny he's taking this hatchery when this orbital still wants to come in over here as well. We just scanned that ling. Take that down so we can drop this base in position. If an Inexorable wants to sit back like this, though, he needs to start thinking about some of the higher tech units. Oh, he's got 11 ghosts. Where the hell are these ghosts? There they are. Okay. I was like, I swear I've not really seen ghosts with this army. Okay, we do have 11. Okay, so he does have ghosts. Good. Fiant runs up here. Tanks are on their own. They do good damage to the army as it runs in. But not enough support. What will the Hydras do? I mean, if the Hydras lunge up here and target this orbital down and it dies, that would have been honestly great already. Deny that position. And I guess the Hydras are committed though. Nidus denied in the main base. And try and Nidus down to the bottom. Nidus over here as well. Fiant mass expanding around the map at the moment. Trying to put himself all over the place as this Ling-Bane Hydra Force moves up. Hydra chasing. Medevac takes some damage. Couple Marines coming back through. Lings run in. I'm just going to deny this medevac of units. It will not go anywhere. On the left-hand side, we still can't move through because we're super defended up this ramp. I think this base was the best base you could have broken into, but now there's a bunch of CCs in front of it, so I don't think we're actually going to be able to break into this anymore as Fiant. It's going to be tough. How many look at these? He still has 8, right? Some of them have just been in the Niduses. That was destructive. Some of them have just been in the Niduses waiting for a Nidus to come off, so we've not seen too much of them. These Hydras lunge and it's like, we're still out of reach. So in fact gets away. Catches a few Marauders in the low ground. This is actually a position that's kind of working. We get on top of the tanks. These ghosts are kind of separated. We dive through, jumping onto the Liberator. Another tank or two going down. We have the Overseers to help deal with the ghosts that are cloaked. Army showing up from Inexorable from the other side. These Lurkers should have been sieged already, though. They will go towards the Ghost, but of course Ghosts don't get snipes cancelled with damage anymore, which is pretty good against Lurkers, because now you're guaranteed to get those snipes off. The only problem is, obviously, that it's expensive to snipe compared to before. I feel like the guarantee makes it pretty good for you overall as well. Fiant really owning the map at the moment. 20 minutes DP on Old Sun Temple. Another round of Banes will morph in. It's Bio, Ghost Force pulling back again, Medevacs overhead. Let's move around the top. Tank gonna fire onto the Lings. Hydras and the Lurk is gonna show up as well. Just gonna grab that siege tank. Running through. We're not gonna see the planetary already taking damage. The Hydras lunge forward. Siege tank picked off. This base is gonna go down. Fiant finds the opening. Denies this left side position. This CC is like, wait, there's a Zerg hatchery over here. Now Nidus is in the main base as well. We still have Lurkers in these Niduses. Where were they at over here? Yeah, we do. Lurkers in the main is not fun to deal with. As Fiant pulls back. This is rough. Oh my god. Goodbye, production. Goodbye, production. You know, I think Inexorable, if he looks back at this game, is really going to regret the moment where he was across the map with a massive supply lead, and Fian's army sucked, and he decided, you know what, I'm happy I killed a base. I'm just going to go back home. I feel like that's going to be a moment of regret, looking back. As, well, Nidus goes down. Oh my goodness, the overseers arrived. Oh! Oh, Terror players, shut your eyes. Holy crap. Just like that, he lost the game. I mean, the Nidus maybe end the game, but realistically, I think this game was lost. This game was lost over the last 3 minutes where we had zero response. And I mean like zero response to the Zerg for like the last 4 or 5 minutes of this game. Oh, the Overseers just arrive and these lurkers just obliterate those ghosts. My god, the screams. Yeah, I know. Damn. That was a a very satisfying moment if you're a Zerg player. Beautiful. Alright, Fiant is going to end up as king of the day, my friends. Congratulations, Fiant, for a 3-win win streak and ends up as king. That was a really fun day at King of the Hill, guys. Max Pax didn't get a single map win. Bjorn lost to Arrowfire 2. Q at Bjorn was a banger of a TVT as well. Fiant's first time as weekly king. Hell yeah. No, I mean, this was just a fun day at King of the Hill. Some fun results, some cool setups. Very cool. Very cool. Alrighty, guys. That's it for me. I will be back tomorrow with WardiTV, Mondays 97, I believe. So I will see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Monday. Thank you so much to OSC for having me. I'll run some ads on the outro. When the ads are wrapped up, I'll be sending you guys over to the 24/7 stream as well. And I will see you guys later on. More StarCraft. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. There is some other StarCraft live. There's a bunch of streams live I recommend, guys. Hearthstone's live with the Shopify Rebellion Sundays right now. Roddy's got a tournament going on. There's loads of tournaments going on today, so check it all out. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft. Bye.